Okay. All right. It's 6:30. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City Council meeting for South Burlington, September 6, 2024. First, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. Stephen, will you lead us tonight? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 2 is instructions on exiting the building in case of emergency and review of technology options. Jesse Baker, City Manager.
Thank you. So thank you for those who are joining us in person. If there's an emergency in the room, you can go out either side of the rear of the auditorium and then turn left or right to get outside. For those joining remotely, which is just the lovely Sue, if you'd like to speak during any item on the agenda, turn your camera on or indicate you'd like to chat, you'd like to make a comment in the chat, and I'll have the chair call on you. Other than that, we are not monitoring the chat for content.
Thank you. Item 3 is agenda review. Are there any additions, deletions, or changes in order of agenda items tonight? Okay, and I just want to announce that Councilor Scanlon will be arriving a little bit late, but he will be here. We'll move to number 4, which is comments and questions from the public not related to the agenda. Are there any comments from the public, either online or in the audience? Okay, getting a shaking of the heads, so nobody said anything. All right. Then we'll move on to Councilors' Announcements and reports on committee assignments and the City Manager's report. Which direction did I start last time? I started with you last time, right? So we'll start with Elizabeth.
All right, thank you. Couple of things. I was with Mike at Coffee with a Counselor on Saturday, and we had about 7 or 8 people attend. This was at Chamberlain School. A variety of topics. The feedback I'm getting is people do really appreciate kind of the informal venue. And there are some folks who are certainly frequent flyers as well. Some of the issues that came up were a number of different things, but an ordinance on recreation vehicles came up. The Longview discussion came up. Traffic signals at crosswalks as it relates to the safety of walkers and bikers. The question about the city's open space fund and the timing of going into the Longview project and partnership. And a discussion about affordable housing, which was interesting. And I think there was a small, very nice home described on the corner, I think of Patchen and White, that recently sold for $575,000. And the comment was made was sort of, what is affordable anymore? So it was an interesting conversation, and there does seem to be an interest in the community of really understanding the difference between sort of the big A and the little a. But that was a good session. I have signed up for the session on the 28th at Orchard, and there's nobody else signed up yet. Mike and Lori are on the October 5th, and October 19th is open for signups. And then there are no dates scheduled after that. So if the council is interested, we should try to continue that schedule or some modified schedule with the school district or a different venue if people want to talk about that. But those dates, there's 3 dates left, and those will end mid-October. In other activity, I did attend the school board meeting, and there was a variety of things discussed there. There may be a request from the school board or an interest by council to sign on to a letter to Montpelier about ed funding in support of, looking at changes there that affect taxpayers like South Burlington. The district indicated that there is about $1 million surplus that was identified through special ed funds, but also that a lot of the wage changes that have been made on an interim basis, including bus drivers, have not been incorporated into this year's budget. So that will erode part of that or take that up. It does sound like the bus driver situation within the school system is very similar to some of the issues we've found challenges with the Department of Public Works with a turnover, some retirement, some workers' comp, and just the runway to kind of get people up to speed there. And then the schools talked a little bit about, or the district talked a little bit about asking for a reappraisal as it would impact CLA. But I think there maybe wasn't a clear understanding about the process that would go into that and sort of the triggers around the state, as well as the fact that there are a lot of towns that are kind of way lower than us, and there's a shortage of appraisers to be doing that process. So that came up. I attended the Park and Rec Committee meeting, Economic Development meeting. The Charter Committee, I haven't seen this firmed up, but I think September 30th will be the first meeting to take on the resolution that was passed by council looking at all resident voting. And then I had a chance to, through the meeting sponsored by the South Burlington Business Association, to visit Beta's manufacturing facility, and I was very impressed with the personnel, but certainly the facility and the work they're doing around electrifying aviation. It was very interesting. That is my update.
Thank you. Andrew?
I also attended the SBBA meeting at Beta and share my amazement at that facility. It was like walking into, I don't know, a Star Wars set. It was really extraordinary. They're doing great work there. I attended an Economic Development Committee meeting. We spent some time talking about the RFP for the strategic plan. I think that requests are due October 16th or so for that RFP, with a hope, I think, of doing interviews the following month and having someone on board by the end of the year. Is that right, Jesse?
Hopefully a tiny bit faster. Hopefully a little faster than that.
Tiny
yes.
bit faster than that, yeah. And it was a nice group. We expanded the membership to 8 folks, and a lot of new energy, new ideas. People shared ideas about what other things the committee might focus on. I'm sure there'll be a lot more discussion about that. The committee was also very interested in our policy agenda, our policy and priority session, and how that impacts their work. So overall, a good meeting.
Thank you. Lori?
Well, after you guys go, I don't need to say much, but, and Elizabeth, your reports always amaze me. I think that you are working about 70 hours a week for the city, and I really applaud it. I hope you can keep it up and not burn out. So, I attended a Parks and Rec meeting on September 9th. There was a lot of conversation about the master plan, Parks and Open Space Master Plan, and community engagement is going to start around the end of October on that project, and it's going to be about 18 months. There was a lot of conversation about improving communication between the committee members, the staff liaison, and the council liaison, so that the committee members know when topics of import to them are being on a city council meeting, or when a decision is made, they have a good throughput so that they know that it's happened and they don't hear it out on the street. So that's something that Adam and I will be working on. Recreation on the Go is still going on, and that's about it on that. I did attend the Beta SBBA meeting, which was remarkable and an example of great things that are going on in the city. We had a very busy schedule this last week, and the other thing I attended was this evening. We had a tour of Orchard and Rick Marcotte schools with Violet and some of the school members, and it was very informative and a joy to do. And there's a lot of work that we can potentially collaborate with them on and need to collaborate with them on as we're facing challenging financial times. One last little piece that I wanted to throw out was at our meeting on Wednesday, we talked about how nice it was being in sort of a circular format. And one idea to throw out is this center table is a rectangle. These tables are trapezoids. If that table turned into a trapezoid, we would become more circular, and I wouldn't be leaning forward to see around Mike as much, or back, or whatever, and it might make it more connected. So I just wanted to throw that out as an idea for us to consider going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Last week was pretty busy. We had a special city council meeting on Monday night dedicated to the Longview project, and you all were there. We also had a special retreat meeting on Wednesday from 9 to 3 here in City Hall upstairs, and you all were there for priorities. I went to a planning commission meeting on Tuesday night. On Wednesday night, there was a reception here for the fiber arts display that you see out in the lobby by 4 artists, and that was organized by the Public Arts Committee's new curator. And it's beautiful. If you go out there, please take a look, go down all the hallways and see it. And it was a really nice reception. I also attended the SBBA Summer Mixer Party and got a tour of Beta. And it is space age. I'll give you that. I wish they could have given us more information about how they were doing some things, but maybe that's classified. I don't know. Also attended a BCA meeting where there was a tax appeal by the Walgreens drugstore down on Farrell Street. And I missed Martha Lyons' retirement party on Friday. I'm so sorry, but happy retirement to Martha Lyons. It's a big transition for people when that happens, and someday it'll happen to me. I hope. And this weekend, I traveled again to the east coast of New England and visited Newburyport, Massachusetts. 2 weekends before that, we were in Portsmouth, but this one was closer to Boston, and my son and his girlfriend could come stay with us, and it was my first time there. If you don't know, it's right on the Merrimack River, on the ocean. There's a beautiful resource there called Plum Island, and there's the Parker River Refuge, which is a federal refuge land that's full of birds and salt pans and miles and miles of beach. And needless to say, the weather has been great, and it was great there too. And even though the water was cold, still went in. So I recommend it. It's another one of those kind of like port type 19th century with 18th century architecture, old houses, mix of old and new, and a mixture of architects trying to look like older buildings, older brick buildings, and but sometimes they get there, sometimes they don't, and it's happened around here as well. So, but just a lot of really beautiful homes. Like if you take the hill section from Burlington, right, and you multiply the number of homes there by about 4, you would have their High Street section that runs for a good mile or so, and it's just like huge mansions that are either stone or wood, or they're wedding cake architecture, Federalist type stuff. Beautiful. Anyway, so that's all I have. Jesse?
Thanks. So a few quick things for us. So as part of your FY26 budget schedule, you are starting a community listening session. So that will be the primary agenda item on your next council agenda. So Andy Brumba has set up with Martha some advertisement for that meeting to try and promote it in a different kind of way than just a regular council meeting, and has included in that a survey for folks to provide feedback who won't necessarily be able to come to a meeting. So you'll see that in the other paper on Thursday. It's up on the website now. And we're also soliciting folks who want to stay engaged throughout the budget process to provide their name and email address, and we will email them updates, when the budget's presented, different schedules, things like that. So please circulate those to your network, and let's make sure other people can be involved this go around. I also had coffee with a counselor on my agenda, as Elizabeth did. If folks would like to sign up tonight, I am happy to take names or happy to have a little discussion on scheduling, or you can email me or Andy.
I can sign up for the 19th. I think it's the 19th.
Yep.
Can I do October 5th?
We have
you're taking?
2 already doing October
darn
5th.
Well, the one after November then, if there are going to be a November.
October 19th.
October 19th? Oh, that's open?
Yep.
I'll do the 19th.
Great. Excellent. Does anyone want to join Elizabeth on the 28th?
It's 9 o'clock? 10 o'clock?
9 o'clock? And do you want to continue this schedule? Do you want to do this schedule here in City Hall so you don't have to pay for space? Do you want to go to coffee shops? Well, not, you don't necessarily need to answer those questions tonight, but things to think about for moving forward. But in the meantime, we will advertise those names. As Andrew said, the RFP for the Economic Development Strategic Plan has been issued, and the only other fun fact about that I will add to Andrew's great report is that we have had 24 firms express interest in that work. So who knows if they've requested the RFP, who knows if they'll actually submit for it, but it's great that they have requested. Last meeting, I mentioned the Park Hop Brews that Recreation and Parks are doing on Thursday night at different parks across the city throughout the month of September. We had 125 people come to the first one at Goose Pond, 180 people come to last week's at Baycrest. The next two locations are Wheeler Gardens on the 19th this week, and then Hubbard Park on the 26th. So I think they're getting some traction with some new folks engaging with us, which is great. I did want to let you all know that we were recently doing some hydrant replacement work on Brewer Parkway, and discovered that there was, so that line is a 1948 water line through Brewer Parkway, and had significant scalding buildup. So the flow to the hydrants on Brewer Parkway is not, it's not allowing the hydrants to be operational. So the fire department has a contingency plan. We have fire coverage, but it does mean we will need to replace that line next summer. So that's an unanticipated capital cost that we had not built into the CIP, so I just want to flag it for you. You likely will see some hydrants bagged, but there is contingency plans in place. And then just a reminder, on Wednesday, we will meet as a steering committee, and it will not be here. It will be at the school department at 6 p.m.
You mean the old City Hall?
The old City Hall. Yes. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Jesse. Item 6 is the consent agenda, of which there are 7 parts. A is consider and sign disbursements. B is authorize the council chair to sign the certificate of authority for SEI Private Trust Company, the vendor that manages and administers our South Burlington Retirement Income Plan. C, appoint Jesse Baker to serve as the city's VLCT voting member at Town Fair in Killington in October. D, approve an application to the Equitable and Inclusive Communities Program to fund Juneteenth activities in South Burlington for next June. E, approve an application to a VTLIB Courier Grant to offset costs of the Interlibrary Loan Program. F, authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a contract for construction inspection services with GPI for the South Burlington Rays pedestrian bicycle bridge over I-89 project. And finally, G, approval and authorize execution of a license agreement for a fence in city water and wastewater easement on Queensbury Road.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I do have one question on item F that I didn't get to send in, but this is in reference to the traffic management plan associated with the service award with GPI. And as I read through that, it's clear that traffic management is going to be a challenge during that particular construction, since it is one of the busiest, maybe the busiest intersection, I think. I think it was described that way. But there's a section in there that refers to imploring the contractor to become familiar with the traffic management plan, something to that effect, or checklist. And I guess my question is really around, does that satisfy the need for adhering to a traffic management plan?
So this contract is for the inspector on the bike ped bridge. So that is an independent firm that works for the city and holds the contractor accountable for the work that we bid out and they enter into. So it's basically our overseer of the contractor. This is very common in very large infrastructure projects. the construction, when we finalize engineering documents and bid it out, that contract will also come before the council, the contract of the actual firm that will build the bridge. And I think that's where we would want to put in stronger language. I think what we're trying to do here is say to the inspector, this is a big deal and we want you to pay very close attention to it. But really the teeth are going to be in the contract with the contracting company, not just with the inspector company. So good point, and let's pin it for looking at their contract.
Thank you.
What are the types of things they inspect? Will they do like specific civil engineering tests on concrete when it arrives? And
So they will do all of that. And the reason we're prioritizing this now is that we want them to come on before we finalize the design documents. So they're bringing their professional expertise into that process. So then when we bid it out, we've built in that engineering professional into that work. But yes, they will either do the inspection themselves or oversee, often in construction contracts like that, like this, because they're so significant, the contractor is required to have their own inspector, that then our inspector verifies what they've inspected.
I see.
But every inch of the soil work, concrete works, metal work, landscaping work, they will oversee.
Will they be part of the contract selection process as well?
Yes. Yeah, that's part of why we're bringing
Yeah,
them on now.
That's
Yeah.
great. And they will be the ones holding the contractor's feet to the fire around traffic management.
And just a quick question, is Winooski aware that there's a little overlap with the lead person that's working on their project?
I don't know what Winooski is aware of. It's a great question.
We're calling it out in this one.
I will check in with my counterpart.
So we have a motion and a second. You ready for the vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There are four of us. They're all yay. All right, thanks. It's not 7 o'clock yet. So we've got about 6 minutes. Is there something short we can do on here?
Could adopt your policies and strategies in 6 minutes.
The what?
Policies and strategies.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Well,
not. I'm a little bit teasing,
Yes.
but Martha is not here yet. I said she could go home and have dinner during the LDRs, so
Yep.
I would rather wait on the budget ones
Yep,
until she
yep.
gets here.
So can we jump down to item 12?
You could talk about is that
No?
Maybe item 14?
or
Oh,
or
that's what I-
13 next week's meeting? that
Okay,
what you mean?
13? Well, let's jump to 13 then. So agenda item 13, discussion and possible action review the significant agenda topics below for the council's regular meeting on October 7th.
So for folks following along at home, this is a new agenda item for the council that came out of our recent council retreat, trying to put before the council and the community what's coming up on the next agenda for more transparency and more discussion among the council themselves. So the two big, so in this agenda item, every meeting, I will flag what are the significant agenda items coming up. Bear in mind, these things do change, especially in a week like this where we actually have 3 weeks between council meetings. Trying to average out that number of council meetings per week thing. So the primary agenda items for you next week or on October 7th, your next meeting, are that FY26 budget listening session. We're allotting a fair amount of time for that. And then the annual update from the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission from Charlie Baker, their executive director.
That'll be Chris Shaw and Charlie Baker. Yeah.
So I'm assuming that with the extra marketing that's being done, the expectation is that the budget listening session will be hopefully a well-attended and relatively lengthy portion of our meeting.
That's
Is that
our
the
hope.
expectation?
That's our hope.
That's our hope?
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody listen. Come to that.
Jesse, will the packet of information or some version of it be available to the public in a link based on some of the work that Andy's doing? So they'll have some time to look things over?
For the budget?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. That's a good idea, though. We will make sure that landing page is well linked to that ad.
And what form will that take? Will it be like a document plus a spreadsheet or a spreadsheet within a document?
So how we have been conceptualizing it of this, and so your listening session, so you can do it however you would like, is not necessarily a formal presentation. We won't have a built budget yet. What we have for you tonight is our rough projections, and hopefully what we'll hear from you tonight is your rough goals for the budget. Really, this is meant to be, what is the community concerned about as we go into building the budget? Often you hear that once you have a finalized budget, that's when the traditional public hearing is. And we're trying to get that up earlier in the process, so before we finalize building a budget, we can hear from the community. So our intent was that it would be very open-ended for folks to come and share with you all broadly their interests and concerns.
Will there be any kind of presentation? Like I thought your cover letter was very helpful, as well as maybe a projected 24 finish, just to calibrate.
We certainly could do that.
I don't know how other people feel, but I feel like that at a minimum would sort of, as you say, set the table.
It's kind of too bad we wouldn't have the schools' rough numbers or here. They're probably going to be commenting about the school budget as well, even though we're not able to affect that directly. But just, if when people start hearing about budgets, they're going to go, well, I want to talk about the education budget. Well, you're at the city meeting. But it's just a thought that we might get some comments like that. But
And I will say, I think the superintendent did her initial budget projections very early this year. I believe that has already happened at the school level. So certainly we could provide a link to that and invite any members of the school board to participate. We have one online right now to that listening session to share that information. And of course, we record these. So if there's a lot of feedback on the school, we could send that to the school board as well. I think there are lots of ways to ease that.
Yep, okay. Any other comments from councilors on that item?
Or any other agenda items you want to see on the October 7th agenda?
I would like to raise ideally for the October 7th agenda, I'd like to bring forward a resolution that provides support to both Winooski and Burlington for the resolutions that they passed with regard to the F-35s. And I would like that to be ideally on that agenda. If that agenda is too full and it felt like there is need to push it off to the next, I would do that. But I think it's timely and we need to address it. So that's what I bring forward.
And I second that, given that I drafted a part of what Lori's going to be presenting.
I did submit to Jesse an electronic copy of the resolution, and I have paper copies for any of the council that would like that in advance.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll add that.
Okay, great.
I think it's important for us to have that discussion because Burlington has had it, Winooski's had it, and I think other towns are going to have it too. And, we're probably right there in the mix, so.
And I have heard, it may be hearsay, but I've heard that the congressional delegation is waiting to hear if South Burlington is going to pass a resolution. So,
Okay,
okay,
great.
thank you.
Thank you. Let's go back to.
Tim, can
yes,
I?
go ahead.
Can I suggest maybe that would be a good meeting just to have that, hopefully a very quick conversation on whether or not, or in what format council would like to proceed with the coffee with the counselor, because we'll be within 2 meetings of that process ending.
Anyone else? You're good with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, we're going to jump from 13 back up to item 7, which is a public hearing warned for 7 p.m. to hold a second reading and public hearing of Land Development Regulation Amendments LDR 24-01 to LDR 24-10 as recommended by the Planning Commission and related to the requirements of Acts 47 and 18 and city goals on housing, climate change, and transportation. We have before us Paul Connor, Planning and Zoning Director, and Jessica Luizas, as Chair of the Planning Commission. Good evening. You've been here before about this.
Have.
Thanks for having us.
Could you give us authority to share, please? Yes, please.
So we're going to start out with an overview from Paul to give the context and a little bit of background about some of the planning documents. We know a few of the counselors are very new to this process and just wanted to make sure we were kind of looking at this in kind of the context in which it sits.
Hi, folks. Paul Connor, Planning and Zoning Director. There's a number of slides in here that were in your packet. It is not our intent to read the slides line by line, so we're going to give some dialogue around the slides, but please feel free at any time, either during the presentation or afterwards, to pose us questions. As highlighted to you very briefly when this was introduced as as your first reading with our Vice Chair Duncan McDonald, there's 3 groupings of amendments in here. The Planning Commission worked really hard to take a large document that has amendments throughout and try to distill them into topics and subject areas, and then ultimately those 1 to 3 page spotlights that are a little more digestible by the community. And so you see here these 3 major themes of thriving neighborhoods and complying with recently passed legislation, transportation, and then improving process and standards. The Planning Commission worked on this over approximately 9 months at many, many meetings. And just so as a reminder for you all, when notice of these amendments were published in the other paper a few weeks ago, they took effect pending your action. So you have essentially 150 days during which, as you're evaluating this, new applications that come in are under these regulations. Cities had zoning for a long time. It's been evolving continuously since. As a Dillon's Rule estate, our authority here is created by Chapter 117 of Title 24. It includes a number of different elements, including what we're required to do, what we are prohibited from doing, where there are limitations on our authority, what things we are permitted to do, and then certain procedures and policies that must be followed. And importantly, bylaw amendments must implement the municipal plan. So the work that the council did and the Planning Commission before that to adopt the 2024 city plan is the overriding subject for all of your work. And as such, you're going to be seeing this slide a lot if you haven't already seen it. This is the quick one-pager of what our city plan strives to do. It describes the guiding principle on the subject of climate resilience and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and then 4 key principles to be held together as the community evaluates all of its work. And so the Planning Commission, in developing these amendments, we're looking at all of these different components and trying to advance both each subject area, but perhaps more importantly, within each subject area, striving for all 4 of these. And just really quickly, I'm not going to go into a ton of depth on this, but there was a fair amount of change that took place through the legislature this past 2 sessions, Act 47 the prior session, and then Act 181 this year, creating new requirements on all municipalities. You see them there. They are generally intended to increase equity and increase opportunities for housing, setting new floors for municipalities, and in particular in areas served by water and sewer. The council, as you all well know, earlier this summer adopted water and sewer service areas so that we can be really clear, both for ourselves and all of our property owners and future developers and investors, about what those areas are, and these zoning amendments align to that work. There's a number of things that are amended and don't require changes to our zoning, things like on-farm practices and how emergency shelters and conversions need to be treated. So that doesn't require amendments to our bylaws, they just are. And then you've probably heard a fair amount in the news about the subject of Act 250 and about designation programs. So Act 181 did a lot of work in that area in terms of both short-term but then also longer-term amendments to the jurisdiction and thresholds of Act 250, as well as reformulating, simplifying, and hopefully expanding opportunities for the designation programs. That was in the back of our mind with all of this work, and it's staff's assessment, and we've talked about this with the Planning Commission as well, that a lot of the state goals in all these areas align very closely to our municipal plan. So I think there's a lot of synergy there. So today we're going to be focusing on the zoning amendments the city is doing. I'm happy to come back another time and talk about Act 250 and designations. This is where I hand it off to Jessica.
That was the kind of big legislative overview and the context, and now we're going to get into some of our policy items. So as Paul alluded to, this is broken into 3 sections. We're going to start out with the thriving neighborhood section. As we go forward through here, this is just an overview trying to give an idea as to what are the things that we made changes on, but there are additional details in the spotlights. There's 10 of them on the website. We use them as part of our outreach, and those have more depth while still being kind of accessible with, commonly used language. So over the 9 months of planning, in addition to all the city plan development meetings and outreach, we have had many community meetings in addition to those outreach documents and press releases. So we're seeing this timing as being pretty ideal with the state legislation, as we just set our goals in our city plan and adopted those very recently. So although many of the items in this draft that we've passed on to you are state required, many of those same issues were things that we recognized as challenges for our city in our goals. So I'm going to try to point those out as we go. And it really gave us a chance to think about how to meet our goals while kind of melding that together with the state kind of pushed forward items as well. And I guess just as one small example of that, we have really been able to work on like right sizing our infill housing and neighborhood scale commercial uses. One of the things that we had done was, acknowledge that we wanted to have small scale commercial uses in our neighborhoods. And this was, a chance for us to put those into the draft there. And really think about how we want to build our neighborhoods. So we didn't just adopt what the state said. I think there's some communities that might do that because they maybe lack resources or didn't have a strong vision to work from. So we really work to really intentionally connect those pieces throughout our regulations, not just kind of adopt what we were given. So with that, these are some specific examples of our goals that we've put forward in our city plan, and we're seeing a lot of these being addressed by this draft we have in front of you, some of which are also ones that were kind of put forward by the act, but you'll see that there is a lot about infill, smaller scale strategic development, working on affordable housing and the missing middle, and really making sure that we're having diverse walkable neighborhoods. So, and there's a lot of goals on here, but, we do take this in mind, and these are all very fresh in our minds as we're working on these amendments. So with our one of the changes is related to kind of housing and lot sizing. So in our current LDRs, land development regulations, we have primarily used density in units per acre, plus some minimum lot size dimensional standards, and in a few small places, building types. So we're pretty excited to be putting forward the draft that uses building type as a kind of basis for dimensional standards for lots. And we came up with these, there's a table up here that shows kind of by building type, minimum lot size, and then the maximum coverage for each of those sizes. And we came up with this idea kind of originally through the PUD process that we've worked on for many years and then have already implemented. So there's some very similar layout in the PUDs already in our LDRs. And then we use analysis of kind of our existing really successful, beloved neighborhoods to really hone in on what these sizes should be with a lot of discussion, looking at examples on aerial photos, and a lot of the work that was done in our prior work when we were looking at housing types for the first time and lot sizes. So we were able to take advantage of all that prior work that we did as part of the PUD process when kind of putting this together here. So with zoning districts, we've been hearing for many, many years that we had too many districts, and it made it very confusing for folks. So as part of this draft, we are kind of implementing those years of feedback that it was hard for people to use the plan and consolidating some of the districts. As you can see on the screen there, there's some color coding that goes along with how we're kind of pulling some of those districts together. And the housing types that I described on the last slide are then assigned by zoning district. So, in the case of, for example, like the low scale neighborhood, which is all the areas shaded and outlined in blue, those are ones where it wouldn't make sense to have a very large building. So those building types that were shown in that previous table wouldn't be appropriate or allowed in those districts where, the red areas outlined in red are our medium scale neighborhoods. So there's kind of larger scale buildings that would be allowed in those. So it's part of kind of a little bit more aligned to the form-based code and PUD work that we've done before to kind of match those building types to the zones and have less zoning districts overall. Let's see. Boundary changes. There were a few in here. One of the big ones, so this isn't just consolidation of zoning districts, this is actually like changing the lines of some of our zoning districts around the city. So you can see some maps depicting some of those areas. We also do have an online interactive map that we used for our work, as well as outreach where folks can go in there and look at the different layers and kind of zoom around. So I know these maps are kind of zoomed out here. One of the biggest pieces here is in the regulation of habitat blocks. So, and this goes back to the state mandate. So essentially, with the state rules, anywhere that we designate as developable would have to allow for a minimum of the 5 units per acre. What we had in our habitat blocks was kind of a floating zone in the case where a parcel has more than 70% either hazards or habitat blocks. We would allow an applicant to then designate up to 30% with a process to develop up to 30%. What we found is that floating zone wouldn't really work, and that someone could potentially legally argue that the entire parcel would be developable because we're not kind of designating out that specific zone, which is the developable land. So instead of having kind of the whole habitat block shown, we looked at individual areas where makes most sense on those parcels to have the development, typically in one spot near the roads, maybe an area that's already cleared, farther away from the hazards were some of the things that we were talking about doing. Also making sure that our parks are actually in the park district and wouldn't be confused with developable land. We're changing areas that are already conserved to the natural resource protection district. So a lot of these things are just to make sure it's really clear, like where we're having development and where we are choosing not to have development, so that there's not confusion later in the development process where we thought we had something kind of zoned as a resource area and have it become developed in a way that we weren't expecting. So in this, I guess, the one other point here is with the habitat blocks, we're not actually losing habitat block. We're just pre-designating the areas that would be acceptable for development instead of that happening as part of an application process in the future. Okay. So transferable development rights. We have kind of a side-by-side up here on the screen and in your packet. Some of the biggest changes here are to really make clear what the where the sending areas are. I guess one of the big pieces is that anywhere that's developable has a by right development achievable of 5 units an acre, which essentially means that all of the residential districts, the low scale and medium scale neighborhood districts would no longer work as receiving areas because they're already able to become developed kind of at that base level already. So what this is doing is it's broadening kind of the locations where the transferable development rights could have that buildable, the buildings located. So moving to the commercial districts and commercial only zoning districts. So, and instead of, it also kind of gives some standardization to how much building coverage and lot coverage and height can be achieved per kind of purchased TDR.
Can I jump in on this one a little
Yeah,
bit?
this one.
So just for those who are not super familiar with transferable development rights, it's a program that the city has. It's specifically enabled under state statute where, as it says in that first language there, the city can identify areas that are prioritized for conservation and then allow the property owner there to sell a theoretical ability to build there to somewhere else so that you get the conservation where you want the conservation and higher concentration of development in some other part of the city. That is in our community most often used for conservation and development. It could be used in big cities for for air rights, for example, over historic buildings and things like that. The big change here, as Jessica alluded to, is not too long ago, this worked entirely and exclusively within the Southeast Quadrant. So there was the transfer from the Natural Resource Protection District to the residential neighborhoods within it. And it functioned previously that all land had 1.2 dwelling units per acre, theoretical, moved from the conservation areas to the neighborhoods, and the neighborhoods could build up to 4 or 5 homes per acre in the neighborhood portions of the Southeast Quadrant. As Jessica alluded to, with Act 47 passing, that 4 or 5 units per acre in the neighborhoods is automatically granted in all areas served by water and sewer, which is the neighborhoods. And so that left the city with having to decide, in order to continue the TDR program, which grants value to land that has been zoned to say that you really can't build in the natural resource protection. The city could have either substantially upzoned in the remaining neighborhoods of the Southeast Quadrant and said, it's not going to be low scale, it's going to be medium and high scale by transferring more development in, or looking to transfer that to other portions of the city. So going back to the city plan, as we talked about at the beginning, the city plan says that neighborhood areas should stay lower scale, and so the Planning Commission said that solution is off the table. Let's look to other solutions. And so they identified that along Shelburne Road, along Williston Road, where they had already started to allow development to be transferred to, could be even more augmented, and then added in our commercial industrial areas, such as Tech Park and other places like that, where more height, more building bulk, more lot coverage in areas that the city has already identified as being appropriate areas for development could be achieved. So, does that?
That was much better. Thank you, Paul.
I think it's a compliment to each other.
Yes, not everyone has their head in the TDRs like I do. So please jump in when I'm.
And then, speaking of complex mathematical
Okay,
items,
this one's not much better. So essentially, inclusionary zoning means that a portion of any new residential development needs to be permanently affordable. We have a program in our LDRs right now on the books, kind of described in the current, and through this, the state law, there's a very similar but slightly different program that works a little bit differently. So one of the big thing here is that we are really making some changes to our existing inclusionary zoning program to make sure that it's aligning with the state program so that it's easier for folks to implement, especially with maybe somebody who would be doing a project in our city and somewhere else. And then there's no kind of conflicting reporting between our city and the state. I guess one of the big things is that the state's program is optional, whereas our South Burlington program would remain mandatory. And they do function very similarly. We did work with the Affordable Housing Committee to get feedback and incorporated a lot of that into here. And I mean, I could dive into the details, but we kind of have an overview up on the screen there.
I just wanted to touch on that very bottom right bullet point, because I think that that's emblematic of what, Jessica, you'd been speaking about earlier about making the regulations more accessible. So one of the pieces of feedback that staff and the Planning Commission have gotten over the years is our zoning districts currently, i.e. the past ones, would say something like residential 4 neighborhood district or R7 district, and the 4 represents 4 units an acre. But in fact, through different structures, it wasn't actually 4 units an acre that somebody could build. So they could build 4 units an acre, but inclusionary zoning applied, and as a result, they would get a bonus. Or they'd be able to bring in TDRs, and all of a sudden something that was on paper 40 units an acre could be 7 or 8 units an acre. And that was something that folks didn't, said, this is, I don't understand, it's an R4, why there's 7 homes per acre taking place here. So one of the things that the Planning Commission spent some time on here was one, moving to this building type, which is a lot more predictable. You can build a 1-plex, a 2-plex, a 3-plex, a 4-plex, so the type is known. The other piece of it is that in our high density areas like Shelburne Road, under the new state legislation, if somebody provides an affordable housing development, they're automatically granted an additional story over anything that's in the local zoning. That's in the state law. The Planning Commission thought, how can we make this more, still be clear and predictable to folks? And so what they did was tie in this bonus story that is granted under state law to additional bonus. So if we do even more affordable, the city allows for one more story, or you can use your transferable development rights that we just talked about to get that same maximum story. So along Shelburne Road, for example, the maximum of 5 stories, you can use either inclusionary affordable housing or TDRs to get up to a total of 7. And so that's really clear that you can go up to 7, not more than 7, trying to be a lot more predictable in outcomes for folks. So just a little example of that.
Okay. So moving on to our transportation portion of the presentation. So we are showing up here a lot of the goals that we were incorporating as part of this work, as well as a snippet from the Climate Action Plan, because many of the pieces that we're changing related to transportation are things that we've been working on for a very long time, starting with the Cars to People project pre-pandemic, really trying to implement a lot of the changes that were recommended in the Climate Action Plan and then reflected in our goals of the city plan. And, a lot of these tools are really to shape behavior, including shifting to EVs, which is maybe not our next slide, but it's not. Okay, I skipped ahead. So the first is our traffic overlay district. And this was something that we identified a long time ago as something that really wasn't working well for our city. What it does is it really sets a cap of the total development. And it sets that cap in areas of the city where we're really trying to foster development and businesses and thriving neighborhoods. So by doing that, we were kind of inhibiting the growth of our city center and areas where we really wanted to see thrive. It reduces the vehicle. So I guess do we describe what we're doing instead on the next one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So instead, we have a transportation demand management system. So what this does is it's really working towards reducing our vehicle miles and reducing kind of those obstacles in city center. So it just has kind of a different system where you can figure out the traffic impact and kind of gain credits through different actions that you're taking on your property to reduce or to provide alternative transportation means. Anything else you want to add to that? That's maybe.
I think that's probably it. I just underscore that this is a little bit of a stick program in that there's a minimum that has to be met, but it's also a carrot program in that they can add more things, like they can get above their minimum percentages and for a relatively low cost save themselves other much bigger costs. So instead of having to make a widening of an intersection that the city is not interested in, that's going to cost them a lot of money, they could put in an agreement with CarShare Vermont, which might cost them less money and achieves our goals. So it's really intended to work together, and they may choose to exceed our minimums because they can reduce other fees and other programs both with us and with VTrans in doing that. So it's really trying to align what we're expecting of development with what our climate action and transportation goals here are locally.
Yeah, and we're also seeing the implementation of this be more simple for a lot of our small projects where, that larger traffic study might be pretty onerous. So there's kind of a simplified calculator for those small projects that we feel like it's going to be really helpful for our small businesses and smaller projects.
That was something that our development review team had identified for us was oftentimes a little building is changing from one kind of small business to another kind of small business, and the numbers are so low that they fall below those sort of books that we usually use to identify the number of trips. And so the applicant is sort of stuck trying to figure out, well, how do I prove how many more vehicle trips I have in order to tell you whether I owe you a fee or not? And then they wind up having to hire an engineer to make a case to prove that there's one more vehicle trip or no more vehicle trips. And it winds up being a lot of process churn for relatively, if any, gain at all. And so this was something the Planning Commission really prioritized. We worked with our consultant and we set a flat number that is a South Burlington derived number for commercial spaces less than 5,000 square feet, that is just the same regardless of whatever that commercial space is. And then also in acknowledgement of what's happening right here in the core of City Center for buildings containing multiple businesses like the ones that are going to be right next to us, they just get averaged out to a single number also, so that a thriving downtown like ours is positioning itself to be will have turnover in businesses, and trying to make it as smooth and easy for them to do it so that the new business that has a great idea that they can get started right away. So this is a big priority for the commission.
Okay, so electric vehicle charging. So there are requirements set in place by the state, and what we're doing here is having our draft to you have marginally better or provide additional EV charging. So this was something that came to us from the Energy Committee. They gave us recommendations. We worked with them, kind of looking at what the numbers would be, essentially having additional EV-ready spaces. So in cases where the state would require kind of the conduit and panel, we would be additionally requiring the additional kind of installation of the panel and kind of hookups. So essentially adding like one additional step of readiness. We kind of got quite a bit of cost change information from them, kind of what the extra cost was up front versus what the extra cost would be later if they waited to put in the additional hookup information or infrastructure later, and felt like it made a lot of sense to do that small amount of additional work right away, like while construction was underway, while all the equipment was there, while they have electricians on site, really to make it that much closer to usable rather than just having kind of the conduit in the wall that might never get the wire installed and become usable.
One other little piece of context in this one, looking at this and improving EV charging standards in the city was specifically called out in the Climate Action Plan and the Climate Action Transportation Implementation Plan. At the time that the city had approved the Climate Action Plan in 2022, the action was to evaluate how we could raise the standards for how many spaces need to exist. The good news on that is the state raised the bar. So what you see in that couple of left-hand columns is what was required in 2020 at the state level. The middle columns is the new requirement statewide for new development, period. So the bar in terms of how many spaces was raised statewide, which was great because they went through a thorough process to do it. This amendment adds to that a little bit, as Jessica was talking about, in terms of the what physically has to be installed.
Okay, so this is the third kind of section of changes. We're kind of calling this process standards, process and standards changes. And these are really all about streamlining and simplification, and taking the new Act 47 requirements, kind of weaving them into our existing regulations to make sure that while we're meeting the goals for the affordable housing and development set forward in that act, we're still able to conserve land where we've intended in our previous plans and goals. So this is one of the pieces of this was consolidating a lot of the similar uses in our use tables where there's overlap, as well as being able to kind of throughout this process. I guess the veterinary hospitals one is an example of, someone who came to us with a request for how they could, incorporate the veterinary hospital into city center. So in order for us to be responsive to that request, we looked at how we could have that use be thoughtfully included in our urban area. So this is one where it wasn't necessarily from Act 47, but, we'd gotten that request and are trying to, incorporate those things while we can. Next is, our subdivision, and I'm going to, they're on separate slides here, but I just want to just generally say that the subdivision master plan and planned unit development, or PUD, sections of our LDRs are completely interconnected. And as Paul likes to say, 3 legs of a stool. Like, you really need all of these things to work together, and they don't, it's actually a little bit difficult to look at them individually because of how they're kind of interact with each other. So our big changes to subdivisions are really to streamline, provide more predictability and consistency. And with that, we found some areas where we could use some of the same standards, like for areas where there's modification in subdivision and PUD. making sure it's really clear, like when a master plan is required, and being really clear about how to demonstrate that your subdivision is reserved the space for the minimum density.
And we'll talk about that one more in just a minute. One other quick one I just wanted to point out was the administrative approval of site of minor subdivisions. So up until now, under state law, all subdivisions required a public hearing in front of a development review board. One of the changes in Act 181 was to enable municipalities for a minor subdivision, which in our case is no more than a 2-lot subdivision, to take place administratively. So what's in here is the authority of the zoning administrator to do that. It's also the authority of the zoning administrator to say, ooh, this is a little bit of a controversial one or a gray area, I'm going to send this to the DRB. So they get to make that call of whether they don't find it's as minor as it appears on paper. So it's always their ability to give it, but for the really simple ones, saves process for everybody.
So a little bit about our PUDs. The state laws changes really actually quite a few impacts on our PUD regulations. So one of the biggest changes that we have in the draft in front of you is that what we've called the conservation PUD is removed. The reason for this is that, as we were describing before, there's a kind of base density of 5 units per acre, and that would apply over kind of the entire land area. And that's similar to the maximum allowed under the conservation PUD in the area that you're concentrating the development in. So you basically no longer have the ability to kind of shift the density from the conserved part to the developed part. And therefore, kind of without that shifting of density, there's no longer a kind of incentive or inherent value of kind of that conservation piece. So what we have done instead is made some of those map changes that we were talking about earlier. We also currently have the traditional neighborhood development PUD as optional. It was mandatory for some areas in our current LDRs, and the general PUD continues to have a really limited use in kind of the high density areas.
Do you want to take a quick step back and just describe what a PUD is for those who are maybe not as familiar?
Yeah, so you might be better at this, but a planned unit development the idea is that there are some kind of incentives that people get by having a kind of a whole neighborhood that comes together with some higher densities, and where we would get civic space, open space, and really get to weigh in on the configuration of the neighborhoods that it's meeting a lot of our neighborhood goals.
Yeah.
Probably a lot more technical things that
Yeah,
go
I
along
mean,
with it too.
I would just add that, broadly, a PUD is a way of getting a large-scale sort of modification from what the underlying zoning says. So you could say, in a PUD, your lot sizes are all allowed to be smaller, and in doing so, you have to conserve X amount of the land, or that you are granted the ability to do taller buildings or other variability in exchange for something else like creativity in your design. So it's sort of a guided, negotiated process, which has its strengths, but as Jessica said, there's the challenge presented by Act 47 made that a little more difficult in some areas. Also, I think, and this is where this ties into the other rules, a lot of the city's other rules, as Jessica's been going through tonight, have caught up to all the really good things in a planned unit development. And so in many communities, including our own historically, PUDs were put in a sort of we don't have quite the right underlying zoning, so this gives a little bit of a tool for an applicant in the DRB to work through things. The need for that is diminished, and that was one of the Planning Commission going through ultimately with the traditional neighborhood, which creates, encourages environments like a South Village to be built. The underlying zoning now just enables it instead of having to go through additional process to get to that.
Yeah, and so that's, because we've beefed up our subdivision language so much over the past many years, that's kind of the point we've gotten to. So master plans, so essentially, we're making some changes to the master plan applicability so that it really better limits the master plan requirements to properties where it makes sense to. It also includes a carve out, which is a way for kind of to balance locations where a family's maybe trying to do just a small thing on a larger property while kind of balancing an efficient use of the land. So wouldn't need to go through the whole master plan process for kind of a small contained development. Kind of removing those kind of more onerous requirements. So we also have a variety of minor and technical amendments. A lot of these are to kind of clarify things we have, make naming more clear, some small things that have come out of kind of the consolidation to make sure we're being clear across the different zoning districts, and some small things to align with the state statutes. So.
And then, so I think that's sort of the summary of the LDR amendments as proposed. As the council asked Jessica to also go through some options related to this carve out. So just to back up to that for a second, the three legs of the stool of subdivision, plan unit development, master plan. The current regulations, the ones adopted a couple of years ago, require that properties in the southeast quadrant over 4 acres must be a planned unit development, and in most cases they must be a conservation PUD. In other areas of the city, they have the choice of being a conservation PUD, which conserves 70% and builds on up to 30%, or a traditional neighborhood, again, sort of like a South Village kind of layout. In both of those instances, both the conservation PUD and the traditional neighborhood, the current regulations require a minimum density. So that was sort of the design trade to ensure that we're meeting our housing goals, to make sure that the land, which I think in the city plan, only 7 or 8% of the total land area of the city is unbuilt and not designated for conservation. So being efficient in the use of that land, and being efficient in the use of future city infrastructure like roads that we maintain. The current regulations where a conservation PUD is mandated, again, the southeast quadrant where you have to conserve 70% of the land, there was the ability to have an up to 2 acre one-time carve out. So if you own 20 acres of land, you could carve out 2 of those acres to do a one-time subdivision and not go through the rest of that process and conservation of the land. The commission, as Jessica noted, felt that this was important to retain, even though the planned unit developments are not mandatory any longer. The requirement for a master plan still exists, and as was alluded to on the subdivision slide, the requirement to demonstrate that you've reserved the space to be able to build a minimum density of 4 or in some cases 6 units per acre is still being held. So embedded in this as, wrong slide, is this master plan carve out, again, one time, to say that up to 2 acres can be removed from your master plan requirement. That aligns with the allowance to say that you don't have to do a minimum density demonstration for those 2 acres, so it allows that property owner to do that. The commission was asked to explore how could it clarify or excuse me, Jessica was asked to describe how could it be clarified if somebody who is looking to, maybe they know what they want to do on 10 of those 20 acres and they're not sure what they want to do with the remaining 10. So they're beyond the threshold of a carve out. They're not ready to think about all the rest of it. What are some options for what level of responsibility they have to demonstrate for those remaining 10 acres? Is that a good summary for that?
I'm so happy you did that. Thank you. So the first here is really like clarifying when are the instances when someone would need to demonstrate that they're able to meet the minimum density requirement for an area that's outside of the area they're currently master planning. So with these, it actually might make sense if you flip to the next slide, because
Sure.
I think that actually seeing this list is really helpful. So this A through E are the times when we felt like it was really clear that you wouldn't need to demonstrate minimum density, because these are situations where it is really clear what's going on in the future. You know, it's either clearly not going to be developed, or we've added a new reserved for future use.
So everything in red, just to be clear here, everything in red is newly proposed this week for you. So it's not in the draft from a month ago. This is in response to your request. So anything red or strike through is a proposed update for you to consider now. Okay, so keep going.
Yes, so these were the circumstances where we felt like we could add some kind of additional clarity as to when, like I said, an area that is not being master planned for now wouldn't need to go through that requirement of kind of looking at what the minimum density could be in the future. So I guess if you go back to this, the next, go back to the overview slide.
Okay.
Yeah, this is good. So, and I guess I didn't just make these up. I should be clear about that. Like, we did talk about this at the Planning Commission, and and we got help from staff to make sure that, you know, the red language made sense professionally. So the next piece of this was the master plan standards. So we identified that there's kind of a threshold hole where with the idea of the carve out, these master plans are required for properties that are more than 4 acres. And if you're allowed to do a carve out of 2 acres, what happened if you had a 3-acre property and you still wanted to get the carve out for your 2 acres? So it basically is just kind of clarifying that if you have 3 acres, you're still allowed to get the 2-acre carve out. So, you know, just being clear so we don't have that kind of inequity in our kind of where this carve out would be appropriate. The next piece, we talked about this a little bit, really in the case where the land is going to be conveyed as open space to a land trust or the city. It doesn't make sense to be master planning that. It has a plan. It's really clear, and you're making that clear. And then the land reserved for future use would not require the master plan standards to be met. But, so then kind of looking at some of the options, and this is where you had some questions for us, in that area where we want to be looking at what the future development potential is on either the area outside the carve out or in an area reserved for future use. We have some options here. One option would be to demonstrate that the development potential is not diminished. And we came up with a lot of examples of like how you could do this. Maybe there's some kind of barrier across the land where you would have had a disconnect in 2 uses anyway, like a railroad or a wetland or something like that. So someone could literally just in one sentence say, I'm not developing on the other side of the wetland. You know, they would have been 2 disconnected areas anyway. So we felt like having that kind of very easy option makes a lot of sense. And then for areas that maybe it's not clear or the configuration of the property might be a little less obvious, we've made some clear language about what that, we're calling it an illustrative plan, might look like. So being able to show some of those like big key things that are important for development, like how would you get there with a feasible street layout, making sure there's kind of general areas where you could meet the housing density, civic space, and stormwater. And then, so we actually do have some red line language about what that could look like through here. So this is our very technical red line version, as though it was going to potentially be stuck in. So you could see, instead of just my overview, what this could look like. And kind of item 3 is basically that the board may require number 2 if they felt like number 1 wasn't clear enough. So someone could always try for the easy 1-sentence description of why they could meet the development potential, and if it's still really not clear, get the bubble diagram.
So the only thing I would add to this is that initially, the commission, when they were talking about it, were thinking about giving the council 2 options as to how to think about this land reserve for future use. One was, what's the very simplest thing that could be asked of an applicant, and what's a slightly more. And after staff thought about it and after commission thought about it, their recommendation was to enable both, rather than to have you choose which one makes sense. Enable both in the regulations, so that in some cases it may be it's on the other side of a railway, thank you, that's the end of the conversation, so they don't have to do anything more. In some cases, an applicant may choose to or may feel that they need to show a little bit more in this illustrative plan. And then the commission had a discussion about, well, what does it mean to not be diminished by that the development potential is not be diminished? How do we go through this process? And very quickly, the answer was by doing the other one. So if it's not clear in the first one, do the second one. So rather than coming up with a whole set of standards about what does it mean to be not diminished by, if the applicant or a group of neighbors or the board says, this doesn't seem clear that it's not diminished, then there's a very clear guided path, instead of opening that whole thing up to litigation all the way up to the Supreme Court on what does diminished mean. So it gives a path instead of, if it's not very plainly obvious. And I think the commission said, hey, that makes sense. Why don't we just offer both? So that's where that comes in. The wording tries to be as plain English as possible, using feasible configuration of rights of way, so not the streets themselves, just where the streets would be located, and then a feasible arrangement of the housing in a bubble diagram showing the civic space, showing the stormwater. This is something that over the past decade or so, there's been a lot of feedback to the Planning Commission and the DRB of making sure that from the very beginning that the open spaces on properties are being thought of at the same time as thinking about the neighborhoods. And so this is a little nod to that, to make sure that even at this very conceptual level, you're thinking about how do you integrate open space into a neighborhood, even if it's just in a bubble. So it's not at the very end of the design. And again, trying to use plain language, bubble is bubble, just show a circle.
And then there are 2 more slides in your packet. I don't know that we need to look at them. It's basically just implementing the kind of outline.
I think it's important, the 10-year component, just to speak about that.
Right. Okay. So essentially, if an applicant would choose to designate an area for future what did we wind up calling it? For future use. Essentially, it would need to remain kind of as is for the length of the master plan, so the 10 years. So someone couldn't come back in a year later and say, oh, actually, I'm going to extend the neighborhood over into this future use area, so that we didn't have that kind of piecemeal kind of adding on. So, but at the end of that 10-year period, it could potentially be part of something else, maybe like whatever. It would be reevaluated, I suppose, in the case that an applicant would want to come forward for it.
The idea there is that otherwise, if there isn't the 10 years, which is a hard choice to make, but if it doesn't exist, then somebody could come in and say, now I want to add 1 more acre, now I'm going to add 2 more acres, now I'm going to add 3 more acres. The whole point of a master plan is to be thinking about the future. So if it's a complete, then there's really no point to a master plan if somebody can just add to it every 6 months if they choose. And then the last slide is just tidy up to make sure that the language is all the same. The upper part of this slide is what is shown on a master plan. So this specifically enumerates that you can designate an area reserved for future use. And as Jessica pointed out, this wasn't really the council discussion, but the commission felt that if we're going to be clarifying, then what a good opportunity to clarify that if land is being dedicated for open space, that can just be shown as a thing on the master plan. That's been the DRB's practice anyway, but this specifically enumerates it.
So that's all of it.
And that's it.
I think,
And then there's never another zoning change needed again.
okay, well, he's being facetious on that. We're definitely coming back at some point or something.
Yes,
We have
absolutely.
a big to-do list. So we can take questions, or I don't know if you want to, you
Well, we
choose.
need to open a public hearing.
Yeah.
We didn't open it yet. So can we have a motion to open a public hearing?
So I move to open the public hearing on draft amendments to the land development regulations, LDR 24-01 through LDR 24-10.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and it's unanimous. So now we're open for public feedback. Who would like to speak tonight? Come on down. I see you'll be second, far back, and Mr. Mittag as well. Make sure the bright green light is on that microphone.
Yeah, it's on.
Is bright green? Okay, and please identify yourself.
I'm Clifford Thorpe. I'm invested in Happy Tales Pet Resort and Spa, and I've come down to talk about this plan tonight. First, a little history with me. 92 to 98, 1992 to 1998, I was in the Regional Planning Commission at that point.
Here?
Yes,
okay.
Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission.
Oh, CCRP, okay.
Yeah, not the first year, first year I was in the Transportation Committee. There's the additional, or the next 5 years, I chaired that committee. During my tenure there, we got a call from South Burlington, and they asked us to take a look at upgrading the interchange where 189 meets 89. They did not ask us to look at the Cloverleaf, Exit 14, nor anything off of Heinsberg Road. I think those are the 3 things that you're looking at this point, according to the Free Press. That's where I got that information from. Anyway, so we looked at that, and it turned out that before any maps were drawn, before we spent the money on that, that the federal government was not going to allow a change to the 189-89 interchange because it's too close to Exit 14. So the project fell apart. We did take another look at South Burlington and was wondering why Heinsberg Road wasn't going to be used as an alternative route to particularly to the airport. Could have been a straight shot for you, and use that as the way to get the extra traffic that's being created by the industrial parks off of Williston Road and all the other stuff that's going on, particularly the airport. Not everybody is capable because of the southern routes to get on Kennedy Drive and get to the airport. So they got to go. That's the way they have to go, and that's, I think, part of your traffic problem at this point. I wanted to give you that information so that you knew that what I'm about to say is was influenced by that. And let's start off first of all with. I was appointed by the town of Milton. We were able to put our industrial park at the farthest end, 3/4 of a mile away from exit 17. The place has boomed. I live in Colchester at this point, but I paid attention to that. So it's producing a lot of tax dollars for the town at this point. So, assets and liabilities. I'm going to read some stuff to you because there may be people that's listening to this conversation we're having, but they may not understand some of these concepts. Assets and liabilities. An asset makes you money, basically, and a liability costs you money. A good example of that would be your home. Your home is a liability until it's not just paid off, but until it's sold. At the moment it's sold, it's an asset because you get cash from it. So it's pretty simple how it works, assets and liabilities. In towns, one of the main rules of planning for the development of a community is the cost of housing. Typically, the rule is if you housing costs money. So there's not, these people who live in here can't afford all of this stuff. So you have to have other income sources. And that is generally industry, manufacturing and commerce. And this town has got a lot of that going on for it. And I think that's one of the benefits that allow you to be thinking about open space and stuff like that. Not how I was looking at towns in the 90s, that a lot of them were poor and couldn't afford really pretty much of anything. So the county itself has done really well, I think, over time. The assets. The two main assets the communities use are, like I said, industry, which is manufacturing and commerce.
Mr. Thorpe, can I interrupt you for a second?
Sure you can.
So what comments do you have specifically about these LDR changes that are being proposed tonight? Are you getting to that?
Yes,
or-
I am getting to
Okay,
that. I
then
just
I'll let
wanted to
you-
give you a little bit of background where I'm coming from.
Okay, all right.
So when it comes to the way that a governing body like yourselves pays for stuff, a lot of the positive cash is coming out of industry. I'm trying to, my brain is, excuse me for stuttering here, I'm trying to jump ahead because of that comment that I don't necessarily need to cover everything. So if you look at most commercial and industrial facilities, they just need sewer, water, three-phase power maybe, and good roads. So you can see that the costs for those are pretty low as compared to people who are living here. They need schools and parks and things to do, and those cost money, and somebody's got to pay for it. So generally, you need a combination of those two things going on. I'm wondering if it's possible if there was a map. See if I can look that down properly. This map. Is it possible to put that up on the screen so the people at home can see it? Or does it matter to you?
I guess, what's your point about the map, though?
Okay, so if there is a section of town off of Heinsberg Road, just south of the interstate, that you've converted, or the Planning Commission is converting from a what I consider to be an asset, a place that pays for, brings tax money into the town. But it was at one point, it's a yellow space just under the interstate, and for quite a while it was gray. It was a industrial park, basically. So when we were doing, or excuse me, when the people at Happy Tills were doing the research, they came across South Burlington. There was a piece of land for sale out there. So one of the first places they looked at, they came down to the town and looked at the zoning. And the zoning was, it could be used for a pet resort or a pet care facility is what it was called. And it was permitted. So they made the investment in, or we made the investment in buying that piece of property and putting in a Happy Tills Pet Resorts and Spas over on Heinsberg Road. We've been there for about 8 years at this point. And, which has been fine, up until all of a sudden we got this thrown at us that it was changed for housing. Well, it wasn't just the map that changed, it was a lot of other stuff too. Because of that facility, or the way that that was assigned, it was industrial use, but it was mixed, so they would allow, there was a PUD formed, and we were allowed to put the Happy Tails in there next to two offices, basically, but what used to be an old house. Now with the changes that are being proposed to you, this entire thing goes away. So all of the zoning that protected us, because this was permitted use, that disappears. And the only thing that we're ending up with is that facility, or that whole land is what's being proposed, is the housing, some kind of neighborhood housing. So if someday, when that comes up for sale, because we're going to retire at some point, we'll put it up for sale. Somebody comes in and looks at the land, says, and the building says, this looks great. They come down to the town and they're gonna look it up on the records and find that it's, the only thing listed there is that it's a housing project. And so anybody that's looking at land for commercial use is gonna see that and they're gonna walk away, because it's just too risky. So that's what this plan does. It's actually more than that, because we're a small business. We invested a lot, basically the money that we had to build that place, and now we're going to lose the ability to sell it pretty much to anybody that's savvy enough to notice that it's problematic because of the way it's zoned at this point. And that means our retirement. You know, we planned on working at the amount of time, get the bank paid off, and then sell it or whatever, and or turn it over to somebody, and you know, the capital that we make, the money that we make off of it, will have a reasonable, nice retirement, rest of our lives retirement. But this what's being planned right now, the way it's going to be labeled in this plan that's being proposed to you, is that we will not, because once people start looking at it and say, well, you can't build anything here, really, you can't change this building. You know, if you're going to tear it down, the only thing it can be is a house. So we purchased that as industrial land, and the price was high. We're not going to be able to get that, and it's only 1 acre or slightly over an acre. And you put one house there, no one's going to pay $1 million or $2 million for what that property would be worth if it stays the same. It's going to be, you know, plus they'd have to tear down the building. So, you know, the price is going to be really low for that.
So that's pretty much the extent of your statement tonight, right? It's about your disappointment with the change in the zoning and how it affects your potential sale of that business?
I got 2 more.
Because we're up to 7 minutes now, actually about 10 minutes of
Okay.
your presentation, and we have other people that want to talk too.
Sure.
There were 2 more, at least.
I think that my understanding of I think it's Act 114 that changed, the 250 that loosened up a little bit. I really think that was about allowing, if you looked at this map, if you're looking at this map, the green space, that was allowing you to put houses into the green space. I think that turning this industrial area into a housing area is a financial mistake. You're basically giving away income that the town is going to benefit from, and you're creating a part of the town that basically is going to raise taxes for everybody. And so I was telling you my story because I think I was trying to give you a personal view of what's going on over there, but what's happening right now is basically you're just going to, you know, we can see that what's going to happen is we're just going to end up poor old people. That's what it's doing to us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thorpe. Who's next? I think, yeah. Is it Mr. Dahlstrom?
Yes.
Okay. I remember you. If you can either place, whatever you want. Make sure that bright light, green light is on.
Name's Rick Dahlstrom. I live at 1505 Dorset Street. I was here a couple of years ago. Went to the planning meeting last week concerning the amendment. The property they own it's about 44 acres. I've got a single family home on it right now. I want to build a second home for my son. And we were counting on the amendment with this 2-acre carve out. Unfortunately, last week, the week before last, the lawyer looked more into the amendment and said, you're excluded from that. So we went into it. I talked to Paul about the issue. The issue is that the NRP, the Natural Resource Protection Area, natural resource protection, it's a wonderful phrase. Who doesn't want to protect natural resources? Problem is that my whole property was taken by the last LDR and made it into NRP. I sent you all a package. Hopefully you got it with pictures of my property and the current status of it. The previous developers had done an endangered species thing, and there's none of those. I mow most of the property to the east of my house. And I took it upon myself to talk to the state and the local people, and I was able to put a good portion of my property, as much as I could, into current use with the state. That enables what NRP wants. They want protection of natural resources. The difference is with NRP, it's the state that's instituting the protection. With the current use, I get to make that choice because it's my property. That's the big difference. It accomplishes the same thing in that the property is protected. Once I get enough trees in the back, then I can put the forest into current use also, which protects most of the 44 acres, except for the part that I mow in my house, which is what you want, what the city wants when it made my property NRP. So the end result is the same thing. Problem with the NRP is that it's excluding that carve out that Peter was talking about for that 2 acres. And on the Act 47, the preliminary summary that I pulled out, Act 47, the Home Act, it says that every Vermont city and town can play a role in bringing about housing solutions, including ending unduly restrictive zoning, NRP. While some may find new ways to limit access and opportunities, we hope cities and towns embrace the opportunity the new legislation offers to become more just and welcome. New ways to limit access, NRP. But, this NRP thing is good for the city wide, but it restricts individual property owners. So right now about 95% of my property is NRP. Like I said, put in a letter to you, if everybody contributes 95% of their property to NRP, I'll withdraw my complaint with that. My issue is that the amendment doesn't go far enough. It doesn't include people like me. There's probably NRP. I haven't looked into the NRP. I can look at a map, but I don't know who owns the land. So my neighbor to the south, his whole land was taken also for NRP. He's got young kids, and he's not worried about it yet. But anyway, the amendments don't go far enough to protect individual property rights.
So, Mr. Dahlstrom, you were at the Planning Commission meeting last Tuesday, and there was some back and forth about whether you could just subdivide your property to achieve the lot for your son to build on. And I thought you were going to try and check back in with Planning and Zoning a couple days later and see whether that was the simple thing to do.
Yeah, I had a meeting with Paul this morning,
You did.
and we went over the options. A couple of years ago, one of the options was subdividing, which I had the wrong interpretation of what that meant. I thought I didn't want to build a subdivision. That's how I acquired the property. The previous developers were going to build a subdivision, and then at the planning meeting, the chair said, "Well, if you block off a lot, that's subdividing." And I went, "Duh." So I didn't understand. So I said, okay, I could subdivide, but in an NRP, then my son's house has to be 100 feet from my house. And, that's an option. On 44 acres, it doesn't seem like it makes much sense. It's well away from the the approved septic area. Paul said, again, that doesn't matter either. You can run a septic, several hundred yards to keep that house within 100 feet. And we proposed to him and Marla, I said, okay, how about, because we can put 3 lots on there. How about if we put 3 lots? I got my house, my son's house, and then a lot in between, in the middle. And now there's that 100-foot rule. Marla said, well, the DRB might say that it's 100 feet from the center of your house to the center of your house and the center of your house. Oh, okay. Because she said, well, this house has to be 200 feet from your house if you're going to put, I said, well, how about 100 feet from the corner of my house to the corner of this house? And then I've got a 175-foot house. And then the corner of that house to my son's house. That accomplished, and then she was saying, well, the DRB might not approve that. So it's that 100-foot rule is very vague. Anyway, if it weren't for the NRP, then I'd be able to build my son a house, or my son could build his own house. The other option was that we had pursued for a long time was this auxiliary unit, auxiliary dwelling, AUD, and that's what we pursued until my son went to the bank and said, okay, we're going to build a house. And the bank said, own the dirt. So anyway, that's where we are. But that's another story. But as far as the amendments, it just doesn't go far enough to include me. It has that carve out, which is really good for small homeowners. But again, I got excluded and Paul said that my next step is to propose an amendment for next year, which I should have done 2 years ago, but I didn't. Anyway.
We're going to have discussion amongst ourselves after the public weighs in.
Okay.
Mr. Dahlstrom, if the 100-foot rule were relaxed, would that address your concerns, or would you still have concerns?
Why don't we wait until?
Just like.
Yeah, I know, but
Again, I don't, according to Marla, the DRB doesn't know it. There's no definition of where that 100-foot is. From the center of my house to the center of where my son wants to build, it's about, probably about 350 to 400 feet. If you go to the corner of my house to the corner of his house, then it's a little less. So, and then there's also some discussion again between Paul and Marla as to whether you can draw them in a line or if they have to be a triangle with 100 feet from each. It's very vague, okay. And means it's up to the DRB and the people on that board to make a determination.
we can ask Planning and Zoning Director after, when we have our discussion.
Okay.
Okay?
But yeah, relaxing of the 100, if you get rid of that 100 feet, that would solve everything. So, all right, thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Who's next? I think, Michael, is there anybody online that wants to speak? Michael, can you wait till Sandy speaks? Okay, Sandy, you're up. And you're muted, I think. There you go.
Yes,
We hear you now.
I'll be brief. First, I want to congratulate everyone for, especially the Planning Commission and staff, for this immense amount of work. I am I'm so pleased that you've added the transportation demand management. And also I support the minimum density requirements under the subdivision review rules. I was curious as to why the definition of motel was being deleted, but I'm thinking maybe that has to do with motels being used as long-term housing, relatively long-term housing for people that are unhoused. And then the other thing is just, it's a correction kind of thing. The table of contents names Article 18 as affordable housing standards. When you get to Article 18, 9 of the pages are listed as housing standards, and 8 of them are listed as, this is at the top, affordable housing standards. So it'd be nice if they all said affordable housing standards. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandy. Michael? Don't forget to identify yourself.
Michael Mittag. I am a planning commissioner. I just wanted to bring to your attention some possible unintended consequences of the minimum density requirements. 1/8 of an acre is a very common parcel size. It's about 5,400 square feet. And if you divide an acre into 1/8, there are eight parcels. And on each parcel, you could put a fourplex. You're going to be at 32 units per acre, which I think is, even in the low scale or in the medium scale, is too much. It's really, really a lot of housing in a little space. And if you have that repeated a few times, it's even more intense, put it that way. And then I had a question on the notes, which say future development standards. Let me look where this is. Creating a new designation of land reserved for future use does not require master plan standards be met. That is correct.
What page you on, Michael?
I'm looking at the first of your section, council requests for options. It's page 24.
Thank you.
And then well, you should know I voted against this, so I should have said that at the beginning. Then you have these 3 options, but the other requirements for demonstrating that there's enough space for the minimum density in the land reserved for future use, they still remain in the regulations, unless I didn't look through to the red line and they've been deleted. But even I feel that the bubble diagram it's very prescriptive, but it'll also require a lot of work. I certainly couldn't do it if I owned a piece of property. You've got to identify wetlands, you have to identify other Article 12 hazards and level 1 resources. You have to, as Paul said, you don't need the road, but you need to show where the road is going to go. So it's very, I think it's not equitable for a landowner to say, oh, it's very easy, just do a bubble diagram. He'd have to hire, he has an engineer already hired for the part of the property that he wants to develop, but there's a lot of extra work that he would have to pay for. So I think we're imposing very onerous and unnecessary costs on landowners, and there must be a better way to more simply protect the land that the landowner does not want to develop for now. He may, 10 years later, he may want to, or he may just say, I don't want to develop it at all. I just want to leave it wild. What else? Why should I go through all this rigmarole and expense? Because I just want to leave the land wild, which is environmentally a very responsible thing to do. But the rules as they apply right now require, if the landowner wants to do that, he's got to give the land or give the city a conservation easement, and he retains ownership, but can conserve. Those are my concerns, and I think they should be yours.
Thank you, Michael. Anybody else? Come on up.
Can you hear me?
I'm sure is the light bright? Okay.
My name is Donna Little.
You gotta push the button so the green light lights up.
Thank you. My name is Donna Little. I am the co-founder of Happy Tales Pet Resort and Spa. After the July 30th Planning Commission special meeting, we were asked to present to the commission what kind of, what we would like for uses, permitted uses. So we were not prepared to do that night. So the next day, a letter was prepared and was emailed to 17 of the Planning Commission members, the City Council, the officials of the town offices, and 2 representatives, state representatives. And this is the letter, and I'm questioning if it's in your packet this evening.
I don't think, I don't have that.
Well, I find that interesting because I was told that, first of all, I emailed the letter, and I have the confirmation, and I also walked to the city offices here and had 17 envelopes in my hand, and I gave that to the appropriate person and was assured that it would be distributed. Marty Giles.
When was that?
On July 31st.
Yeah, a long time ago. Okay.
July 31st.
Oh, July, yeah, okay.
Marty Giles told me that he did get his copy and he would see that it got distributed. Obviously, that didn't happen.
I think we did get it, but that was back in July. I was talking about tonight. We did not receive it. You were implying that maybe we received it tonight, but we received those back in
Okay,
in
so
in
the
August,
letter,
early August.
the letter gave our whole story, and it asked for some reply. And out of all those 17 people, not one contacted us back, not one. So I'm just going to just summarize where we're coming from, and I will be brief. In 2016, we purchased a commercial lot, 1045 Heinsberg Road. We did not purchase a residential lot. When the city rezoned us in 2022 to residential 7 and C without our knowledge, the permitted uses became significantly fewer at that time. In 2022, the city made no effort to contact us to let us know that there were zoning changes proposed that would directly affect our property. We had no opportunity to speak to this, and we didn't become aware of these changes until months after it done. We had no choice, it was done. So then we, at that time, we went from commercial to residential. Big hit. So now in 2024, the city's proposing another rezoning to medium scale neighborhood, MSN, which is accompanied by even fewer permitted uses. Our zoning has gone from commercial to residential to neighborhood. When we retire, which was the whole purpose for this project, it will be extremely difficult to find a buyer that would even consider purchasing our property for commercial use when it's zoned neighborhood with few permitted uses. So we feel that the city is responsible for a severe reduction in the value of our property, causing us a financial hardship. And I'm feeling ignored.
Are you done?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to have discussion. So, anybody else? All right, there's nobody else online, nobody in the auditorium, then should we close the public hearing? And okay, so can I have a motion to close the hearing?
So moved. Okay.
We
Seconded.
have a motion, and do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So the public hearing is now closed. It's 8:30.
Yes, 5 minutes.
Do we need a 5-minute break?
Yes.
So everybody hang on. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you. We'll be right back. All right, so we've had our public hearing on the LDR changes and the amendments, and now it's time for discussion by City Council. I guess the first question I want to ask of you two is for Mr. Thorpe and Ms. Little for the Happy Tales business. So this is currently a non-conforming use because of some changes that were made in 2022, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
If they decided to sell their business, but it was maintained as a pet daycare type business, right? Would it remain a non-conforming use and
Yeah, so under Vermont law, a pre-existing non-conforming use can continue indefinitely.
Okay.
So that means that if somebody else took over a pet daycare, then they would be able to continue indefinitely regardless of the city's zoning.
But they might not be able to, like if they acquired adjacent land, they wouldn't be able to expand it because that use is limited to that particular property?
Right, so it's both the use and the size of the use.
And the
So they
size
would
of
not
it,
be able
okay.
to expand the building to incorporate more of a pet daycare
Okay.
today.
Okay.
And
So-
if they wanted to change it to an engineering business, they were buying the land and they wanted to turn it into an engineering company, they could not do that because of the zoning change. Is that correct?
I think we need to look back at the table of uses, which it looks like Paul's pulling up. I know there was a statement that it could only be residential or a house, and the zoning district does allow for multiple different commercial, like non-residential uses as well.
So under the draft regulations, allowed uses in that area would include indoor, outdoor recreational, personal or business service, personal instruction studio, limited neighborhood commercial, which is a sort of small scale retail to serve the adjacent area, family childcare, and a couple artist production studio. So it is a limited number. The change, though, as Councillor Barrett noted, that changed it to not include away from an industrial district took place in 2022. So that change is not new presently.
And there's nothing in these LDR amendments that change anything again?
I think as Ms. Little described it, I think is an accurate statement to say that the breadth of commercial uses is a little bit reduced from the 2022 regulations to the ones that are proposed here. The commission did have a discussion before and on the 30th about whether to examine some whether this brought up an interesting idea around the medium scale neighborhoods and what would be appropriate, and they felt that that could be a source of a good discussion in the future, but not to hold up this important set of amendments for that. So that's where the commission landed, and it's on the potential work plan to examine that.
Great, thank you. So does that answer council's question about that issue?
Would a pet spa be included in outdoor recreation?
Under the rule of specificity, I'm not an attorney, but generally speaking, if there's a more specific use that lists something precisely, then that's the one we need to go with. So somewhere else in the table of uses, if it says pet spa, then that's the use we have to go to. A more broad category that may or may not include it gives way to one that's more specific. Does that make sense?
Is there anywhere else in the LDRs that specifically states pet spa?
There is a category of, and now that I'm getting, there is a category of pet grooming. So that one is defined as being in certain zoning districts.
Okay, thank you.
Could you, Paul, could you please expand when you said there would be the possibility to maybe expand the definition of commercial uses if it went to, could you sort of explain what that may be? And as you said, it would have to be a subsequent process. What would be the timeframes if it went down that path?
Well, you can
Well,
speak to
yeah,
that
I
to
mean,
start.
I guess we always try to prioritize things that the council asks us to do. So first off, that would influence our timeline. We do have a large back order of requests and, from the public and things that we've identified either in the city plan or existing grants that we have kind of milestones that we weigh in on different things as they go. So, we have a lot of things going on, but if you feel like it's something that's
Again,
important,
my question was just, sorry, my question is, based on your workload, based on your projection, what would be sort of the time frame that this would happen if it wasn't, as you're suggesting, prioritized? And also, how broadly would that expand?
So there's a couple of different projects on the council work, or there's one that's on the council work plan that's looking at the Heinsberg Road corridor, mixed industrial areas, and their supporting uses, which is broadly this area. That's one of the items that's on your candidate list for consideration tonight. That's a broad discussion about everything from places like OnLogic and how we could better support them to how does this portion of the city want to be shaped. Separately, the commission had a discussion following the public hearing that on July 30th that the medium scale neighborhoods, which was on one of those slides, the darker color, the commission may want to explore what uses are appropriate there, but being mindful that accounting for it in one property means it's allowed throughout the entirety of an area. So an analysis like that, the commission would want to take their time and say, what it might be right in this exact circumstance. What happens if it's a mile away in this other circumstance? And that's the analysis. So it's hard to give an exact time frame. I'd say the commission strives to do at least one set of amendments per year. Whether this rises to a recommendation for a change or not would need to be vetted through that process.
The next,
A quick question.
Go ahead.
On that. Do I understand that with these having been warned, they are now in effect for any new application that comes forward, and we have 150 days to approve this?
To take
action.
Yes. Yes, that's the simple answer is yes.
So if within that time a change was made around this, these would still be in place and that change could be made without having to go through the whole process again? Or is that not correct?
I guess it depends on what this is. So this is a question where I hate to be the person who says it depends what the definition of it is, but this would bring in our city attorney. So in very broad senses, the council can make changes to the amendments proposed by the planning commission. A new change that is not part of the set of amendments would need to start with the planning commission, because under state statute, all new changes start with the planning commission. So there need to be a determination made of whether a change that you're talking about here is part of this set of amendments or it's a new change. So that's where I'll leave it. And if the questions go further, there's a very skilled person in a tie behind me.
Okay. The next question is about Mr. Dahlstrom and his ability to subdivide his NRP land. What is your opinion about that? And about this 100-foot distances and what the DRB might conclude?
Sure. So I guess I'll start with, back to my last note on the last item. Nothing in the subject area of the distance between homes in the NRP is proposed to be changed in this round of amendments, nor is the boundary of the NRP in this, as it relates to Mr. Dahlstrom's property, proposed to be changed. The standard that said, the standard that's in the regulations say that, just one moment, I had it up a second ago.
The point of what it says
Right.
is to cluster development in NRP areas. So generally, on the larger NRP properties, allowing for 3 buildings. Each of those buildings could be a duplex. And, the idea is that they're not just spread all over, because what we've seen is the long driveways in the homes and all the clearing that happens around homes really impacts habitat and stormwater and channelization of water and, so many of the things that the NRP is really striving towards. So that three buildings clustered has been something that's been in here for many years. That's not a new thing with this regulation.
So the standard says that the arrangement of lot structures and access drives shall be clustered such that dwelling units are located no more than 100 feet between principal structures on the adjacent lots within the subdivision. The feedback that staff gave to Mr. Dahlstrom was there have been instances where the DRB has made a determination on the subject. If he's asking a different question and a different interpretation, that's the role of the DRB to interpret a different proposal than what they've seen before.
But that would require an application to the DRB.
Correct.
Right. So, and that would start with sketch plan, and there'd be feedback from that as well, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. So we do have information there, and there is a path, but the DRB is the final arbiter for that. So that would be a process that would be required. But it sounds like the LDR is strict about trying to cluster the buildings in NRP property so that you don't spread them out across the whole thing. So.
And what I also hear from this is that within the LDR changes that we have, the changes that might make a change for Mr. Dahlstrom are not incorporated into this, so they would have to start over again at the Planning Commission.
I will leave that to your city attorney, but
That's your sense? Yeah.
that's my sense, yes.
Thank you.
So even given that, I'm sympathetic to Mr. Dahlstrom. It's 44 acres. 100 feet does sound a little tight, even though I totally appreciate what we're trying to accomplish. It sounds a little tight to me personally. I'm wondering if on another set of changes, it would make sense to consider relaxing that a bit, particularly, say, if, because of the way the septic is, it doesn't make sense to put the home within 100 feet, or other factors like that would give the DRB some discretion to relax that a bit.
So for a future set of LDR changes to consider that? Yes. Yeah. I would agree with that too. I guess the question is for Ms. Little and Mr. Thorpe is, are they satisfied with the fact that they could sell their business in a non-conforming use the way it is right now? Or somebody could buy it and convert it to one of these other allowed uses. And is that adequate? I don't know. But the impression I got was that they were afraid they couldn't sell it at all, but as the use that it is today. But apparently that's not true, and they could sell it as the non-conforming use that it is today. That's fine.
Did you need clarification on what our concerns were?
I thought I heard both of you say that you thought you could not sell the business as is.
No,
Because you wanted to retire on that.
no, we know we
Okay, if she's gonna speak, she should.
Can you have to come up.
It's just so the folks online who are
Yeah,
participating virtually.
everybody
can
has to be able to hear.
you.
Yeah. Make sure the green light's on.
Green light's on, Donna Little.
Yeah.
We know that we can sell our property when the time comes, and its continued use could be a pet daycare center. It cannot be an office, it can't be light manufacturing, it can't be a veterinary office. The list is endless of those possible uses that are being restricted. And I'd like to just reiterate again, the word commercial is key here. When someone is looking to buy a piece of property, as we were looking for commercial property. And now it's zoned residential and now becoming neighborhood. It's just wrong. It's wrong. We continue to be taxed as a commercial business. We pay $33,300 a year in property taxes. So we know we can sell it as it is now, anytime.
Okay, so the
But we
impression you were
need
giving
the
earlier was that
flexibility
you did,
that we bought.
the impression, so the number of uses that it could be used for if you sold it is reduced from what it was, and that happened in 2022,
2022.
right?
And that happened without our knowledge.
Right. Well, those changes are well broadcast, and, they don't
As
notify.
evidenced by the number of public that are in this room, I'm not sure that things are published like they should be.
Yeah, I understand.
There was a
But-
survey that was sent out soon after the July 30th meeting, inviting the townspeople to give their opinion on how the town could publish the meetings, how you could let people know what was going on in the town. I immediately signed up for that. When it first came out, I've received nothing, no notices.
The agendas are all published on Front Porch Forum now
You have,
and on the city website.
and on your front door.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's if you come down here, but, so I don't know how to get past this part of the discussion, other than to say that, zoning changes over time. And the initial problem that I perceived you had was that you were very concerned that you could not sell it as that business that it is today.
No, I never said that.
Okay, so it's just the fact that you can't sell it for as many possible uses as you could before 2022.
And we can't sell it as a commercial property.
Well, if you sell it as the non-conforming use that is today, it is a commercial property, right? And there are a few other commercial property uses that you could sell it for as well.
All the properties across the road from us remain the industrial open space. Our property is located directly on Heinsberg Road. There's no place for anyone to walk by. There's no place to share bike paths. We are on Heinsberg Road. And we met all the requirements when we built that place
For that purpose.
for that purpose.
Right,
But at
right.
that time, we could have put an office in there. We could have put several other
Right.
uses.
Right. But you chose the business that you did.
Yes, we did.
Okay, so,
And
and
we're a
all of that
contribution
changed,
to
and
the
I just want to
community.
explain that change in 2022, which is not part of these LDR changes tonight.
Correct.
Okay, so I can't help you tonight, right? But the city council has the possibility of asking the planning commission to look at something like that, but you still do have some commercial uses available for that property when it transfers. So, I mean, we can't, obviously that zoning changed and you don't have every industrial open space possibility open to you anymore. That number has reduced, right, because of the zoning change. And zoning changes happen to lots of properties over time. So I don't know, we can't help you tonight. The council could ask the planning commission to look at that for a future consideration, but not tonight, because these LDR changes have nothing to do with that.
I understand that. but I also did just hear it would be well over a year.
And we were clarifying what you were trying to ask from us. I'm sorry to speak out from the audience, but you were unclear what we were asking.
So now we're clear, okay?
I just want to make sure that everyone in this room understands that the communication is very poor. And we could have spoke up in 2022 and we would never be standing here today if we had been notified.
Did you want to make a comment? It's like you were.
I was just going to suggest that the agenda item you're on is for your discussion of what you heard from the public. So at some point, I think you do need to turn back to what you all want to do to integrate or move forward something.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Little. We've
Thank you.
taken the testimony. So what's the council's pleasure?
I have a thought and two questions that I'd like to run by these guys. And the first, well, just before I do that, the comment I was going to make is just one around communication, and I know that the statutes require that we notify of zoning changes in specific ways, et cetera. I know that if I'm going to develop a piece of property, I have to notify all my abutters. So they actually get a piece of paper that lets them know. To try and do that for city zoning changes where you're sending a letter to every resident probably isn't practical. But there may be some other way for that to be looked at in the future. So I just wanted to put that out there. The question I had was, in our new LDRs, is there anywhere in our LDRs that would allow any residential structures taller than 7 stories, or is 7 the max throughout the whole city?
At present, well, under the draft that you have, 7 would be the maximum. Either through along Shelburne Road, as I said, 5 plus the bonus 2, or in the city center form-based code district, you currently allow for 6. Under the state legislation, if you do affordable housing project, you always get 1 more, so that would be 7
Would be the
again.
7.
These set of amendments don't touch the city center form-based code. That is a separate project that is, Planning Commission just got a briefing on last week that will be evaluating all those different subject areas. But at present, 7 would be the highest allowed anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would hope that that gets visited sometime in the future as we look at needing density, and one way to do that is going up. The other question that
Just to clarify, you'd be interested in going up, not just for us to look at it, but you'd be in support of going
I
higher.
would be in support of figuring out where in this city that might be an option for our housing issues. And the other question I had was, how many pages did the LDRs get reduced by with these changes?
50 pages.
Good.
50 pages, thanks to some really astute work from Kelsey Peterson. A lot of that is driven by the consolidating 14 different zoning districts into 3. A lot of it is also finding overlapping language, as Jessica talked about, the 3 legs of the stool between subdivision, master plan, and PUDs, saying it once instead of saying it 3 times. So more room to go, more work to go, and just because I can imagine my high school teacher telling me that does not include any changes in font sizes, margins, spacing. It's just straight 50 fewer. So
That is a great start.
moving in the
Thank
right
you.
direction.
Question? Yeah.
Yeah, some questions or comments. First of all, it's an extraordinary body of work, and we're so fortunate to have volunteers and staff dedicated to this. It's really amazing. There is a lot to digest here, and so I'm sure I'm missing things, but I do have some comments, questions. So first, with respect to what you set out in the council request for options, I do think it's a little much for someone that doesn't plan to develop. I probably would have drafted something simpler. So it's not exactly what I would have drafted, but I'm pretty much okay with what you guys came up with. So I would be in favor of adopting that language that's set out in council requests for options. Second, I just wanted to make sure, I know that with the conservation PUDs going away, there is work to adjust the NRP district. Is that all done? Is the NRP now fully adjusted to reflect that? And has that been now is that reflected in the water sewer maps that we saw, or is that to come?
That is reflected in the water sewer maps.
So those are done from that perspective?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I had a question about lot coverage. So I see it's 50% basically, or 60 or 70. So what if someone has a bigger lot, has a 2-acre lot, say, can they cover that 50%?
So the short answer is yes.
That feels like a lot.
In oftentimes we don't often see properties currently hitting the existing maximums that are a little bit lower. The proposed maximums are a little bit higher than they were before.
It used to be 40, right? Or what was it, Paul?
They used to be 20 and 40 for
20 and
buildings
40,
and
but
lots.
we're moving 20 to 50 and 40 to 50.
Right, and that's an acknowledgement of the intent of Act 47 was to allow for more types of uses. This was something that Commissioner Donna Lieben was talking about, of a lot of the existing neighborhoods in the city, the house is plopped right in the middle of the lot. And so if you're going to make an addition to the back, that means probably bringing a driveway around back. And so realistically, if the city's going to see that, then the lot coverage would need to go up.
I get that for that, but
Right.
it seems, I guess I have a concern that it does go a little far for other,
So if somebody's choosing to have a larger lot and then covering
it
all
would
of that.
upset me for someone to put down asphalt over 50% of an acre lot, say, with, it feels like a lot to me. I'm wondering if there's a way to scale it, depending upon the lot size, right? If it's a 5,000 square foot lot, you say you get 50%, but maybe if it's a half acre or 1 acre lot, you go down to 30%, something like that, to ensure we're not generating a lot of impervious surface that we didn't anticipate.
You mean asphalt, or do you mean
Well,
house?
lot coverage, it means asphalt, right? Driveway, right? Isn't it? That we
It's
mean lot
all
coverage?
things so it's driveways,
exactly.
walkways, patios, buildings,
Yeah.
all of it. Yeah.
Can I throw out a suggestion? Because it says for building coverage and then for total lot coverage. But if I build a really small house, then I could have a huge driveway. Is it possible to say that you're allowed this percentage of coverage for building and no more than this percentage of coverage for the other lot coverage, so that I can't do 60% impervious and 10% building, which is what Andrew's concerned about. So if I'm doing a fourplex, I'm only allowed, and I'm getting 50% coverage of the building, then I only have 10% coverage that I can do for impervious. Is there a way to say that the impervious can't be more than 10%?
So I don't want to prescribe the
I'm just-
honestly solution
yeah.
because I don't know enough about it. It just feels to me like having 50% impervious is a lot. So I would maybe just ask if there are things that we can do that do less change to what the old rules were, the 20 to 40 for bigger lots. Okay. Next. I just want to make sure. So if the T&Ds are optional, is the requirement that's in the T&D for like civic space, parks, is that now in the subdivision standards?
So yes. So the commission was considering, given everything that's happened since the start of the Planned Unit Development Project back in 2015, what's the value of mandatory TNDs now? There are fewer eligible properties for a variety of reasons, either from construction having taken place or establishment of habitat blocks, and various other things. And so the commission did sort of with staff's help, did a side-by-side of what does the TND accomplish and what do our standard subdivisions accomplish? So all subdivisions must include 10% civic space. The TND was a little bit higher at 15%, but the all standard subdivisions have to include at least 10% civic space. They went down through the allowable building types, and they found that fundamentally the most significant on-the-ground difference between the traditional neighborhood and a PUD type and the subdivision was that the TND had a minimum density associated with it to make sure that we don't have an entire neighborhood built out at 2/3 of an acre lots and make inefficient use of the little remaining.
I'm going to come
land
back to
that's-
minimum density.
Yeah,
but
so that's what they evaluated between as the primary
so
difference. between-
effectively, there's not actually that much difference between a TND and your standard subdivision,
Right.
except for you saying maybe some minimal differences in terms of how much civic
between the
space it
changes
is.
in state
Okay.
law
Okay.
and the differences became
Okay.
pretty minimal.
I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
Yeah.
Okay. For the transportation demand management, do we have a provision to require landlords or to let landlords choose to split out rent for a parking space for folks that maybe don't or choose not to have a car? So I know Burlington does this, and they tell me it's one of the most effective TDM strategies they have. So for instance, a landlord can rent an apartment for $2,000 a month, but say someone doesn't have a car, or maybe would say, you know what, because I'm living in city center, maybe I don't need a car. And so instead of $2,000 a month for the space and the unit, the landlord would be required to say $1,700 for the unit, $300 for the parking space, and the renter can say, you know what, I'm not going to pay for that parking space. I'm going to save $300 a month, and I'm going to take the bus or ride my bike.
That particular one is not currently in the TDM list. I think the commission, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but they, I think, felt and understood that the initial list is an initial list and can grow from there as options. But that one's not presently in there, and it's
So
an
can I
interesting idea.
implore you to consider that? Because that, again, my understanding is that's like one of the most effective things that Burlington has done, to split it out.
I mean, would
So
they be able to, I mean, I think you can add that.
You could add that now. I think the one thing I would be mindful,
okay.
if I can give one
Yeah.
on the professional, one thing that is challenging, it's a really interesting idea. The commission was looking at having as many physical identify at one time tools as possible to keep the administrative responsibility of the regulations low. Where there is something where there needs to be a follow-up to property owners was reserved only for the largest projects. So just keeping in mind that something like this would involve the city having to know in some way whether they are in fact separating it out.
Look, in your discretion, if you think it should be limited to the larger properties, that's probably could make sense.
I would second adding that.
Okay, 2 more comments.
So it's part of my job to talk to you about the implications of your policy decisions. So
Okay.
if you add this, fine by me. This is going to catapult us more quickly into parking enforcement and regulation citywide. Because if it's connected, if parking is disconnected from rent, that means I also have the option to go find parking in the open network. If the open network itself is not regulated, then why would anybody pay for parking? If, for example, if we have no parking enforcement on Market Street and I don't want to pay for my parking space behind the building, I'm going to park on Market Street, and that's going to eat up
totally
the
fair.
businesses on the commercial space, and that's going to seep into the neighborhoods as well, and it's going to seep into your winter parking management, your winter parking ban. So we're going to hear that more. I'm not saying it's not a great idea. I'm just foreshadowing to you it will create new regulation.
We're
needs.
going to have to tackle parking
We are
management in
absolutely
any
going
event,
to have to
particularly for
tackle
city
parking.
center. So
Yes. I just
I
wanted
look
to
forward to
foreshadow
that.
That's why Jesse
Okay.
gets paid the big bucks.
Yeah. Okay. I have 2 more areas. TDRs. Do we know how many are left?
Yes, there are about 650 left, of which I want to say a little bit more than half are owned by one entity. Not that matters,
And
but
do you have any sense, Paul or Jessica, whether the allowed uses now of TDRs, which I haven't read everything. I mean, I'm just looking at the deck that you presented, which seemed pretty limited, is a sufficient capacity to absorb those 650? I mean, how many have we thought about how many of those TDRs may realistically be able to be used given the allowed uses at this point? Have we given that any thought?
We have given it some thought, as Councilor Smith described. It allows for 1 or 2 stories additional to be purchased anywhere along Shelburne Road area. It allows for stories and lot coverage in our commercial industrial districts. We did not do a complete analysis on the exact number because it's a little bit of a theoretical exercise in terms of, is every car dealership going to turn over next year or not? I think that it was the commission's and staff's sense that though the number was reduced by removing the southeast quadrant, it was added to more greatly in the other areas. So on balance, that the balance went on the plus side to receiving areas as a result of these amendments. But we can do some further analysis for you.
I wouldn't mind a little more analysis on that, honestly, but I hear you. Okay, I mean, I'm glad you thought about it. I'm glad that you've concluded that. I wouldn't mind seeing some more supporting evidence for that. Okay. The last thing I wanted to ask and comment on and actually get a sense from my fellow councilors is the minimum density. So when I read it, I think you said in your presentation it's 4 and 6. I think it's 4 and 8, right?
Using a little bit of shorthand. So it's 4 on smaller properties, and then it's on larger properties, half of that physical area has to demonstrate 4 units an acre, and half has to demonstrate 8 units an acre for an average of 6. But
right. Okay.
Yes.
So for properties of 4 acres or more, the minimum density on average is 6 units per acre.
Yes.
Right. So minimum of 6, up to like I guess theoretical max of 32. Maybe with roads and other things, you never hit the 32. Maybe it's I don't know what the theoretical max is, 20, 25 maybe. Just throwing something out there. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Can you show us which properties, or like, I know you said 6% of the land area in the city, but like, where is that? And the reason I'm asking is this. The zoning used to be, right, for I think most of what we're calling low-scale neighborhood now, just a few short years ago, 1.2 units per acre, up to 4 with TDRs, and then limited commercial zone up to 8 with TDRs. I think that's most of what it used to be. So we're going from like 1.2 to 4 to now minimum of 6 to 2025. That feels like a lot. I understand what we're trying to accomplish, but it feels like a seismic shift, and I'd love to see which neighborhoods we're talking about.
Sure. And I know it's a council discussion. Just as a brief background on it, I think an important grounding part of this is that under Act 181, anywhere in the state that is served by water and sewer, a fourplex must be allowed on the same parcel size as a single unit building. So even if you said 10,000 square feet, which has been our historic sort of average house lot size, that automatically is allowed to be a fourplex, which 4 of those on an acre, that's 16. That's automatically under the state law. So just as background to that. And so demonstration of 4 or 6 units an acre is really demonstrating that it's not a requirement to build that, it's a demonstration that you've reserved the space for it.
I want to ask you that question. So if someone, are you saying that if someone develops a property, actually develops it, they can develop it at less than 6 units per acre?
In the subdivision of land, they need to demonstrate that they have reserved.
Right, but when they actually build, don't they need to build what they planned? So I mean, they actually need, if they build, they actually need to build at least 6 units per acre, right? Or is it not right about that?
Let me double check that, because I don't want to say it and then repeat it.
I think part of what he's looking at, we had a discussion about, you can have a mix of lot sizes and building types. So, some of your lots could be a little bigger and a little less dense. If
No,
some
but
of
on
them-
average, I mean.
Yeah, so I think he's just clarifying what the actual language specifically says.
So if you are actually building an area, then you would need to demonstrate your residential density. So you would need to, in the area that you are building, actually build it to that. For all the areas that you are reserving for future use,
understand.
you would need to show that it is possible. And the way to show that it would be possible would to say, I could put fourplexes here.
No, I get that. So again, we're saying now, and again, I'd love to see which areas we're talking about. On average, for 4-acre lots or more, the developer, if they develop, would need to build at least 6 units per acre, and I understand the state law would allow up to max theoretical 32, maybe less because of roads and things, which, again, is a pretty big change, and some of it forced upon us, but I'd love to see where those areas. Basically, for my edification, just so the community knows what we're talking about, right?
He's working on the
I think I'm
map.
going to go out on a limb between my planning director and my city attorney and say, this is completely untested state statute. So where is the line between you have to build it versus you have to demonstrate that you can build it? I don't think clearly no cases have gone through the courts on this. I think we're all going to, all statewide, have to try some things and see what sticks.
Okay, but at least our rules, we intend that if someone builds, they're going to build at least 6 units per acre. They may challenge it, but that's what our rules say.
If they come in and say they're going to build 6 units per acre, if they come in and say, here's our plan to build 6 units per acre, our phase 1 is 1 unit per, this first building. I think that's where it's going to be tricky to litigate. And I'm going to stop talking while my city attorney glares at me.
No, I get it. They may choose to only execute on part of a plan, but if they develop their property, they will need to develop a 6 units per acre. If they develop 10 acres, you're going to see 60 homes at least. Dwelling units, yeah.
I think they have the option to do that. I think we see that all the time where a developer says, here's my plan for 40 homes, and it takes 30 years to get there.
Right. I think what would happening is this is where the master plan comes in, where the phases come in. In any phase where they're actually showing the design, they would demonstrate that that phase, that build out, achieves that. Now, they might go bankrupt after the first home and not achieve it, but if it is built out according to the completeness of their plan shows it being built to that level.
Yeah.
I can look to see where I can show. I know that as part of our comprehensive plan, there was a lot of work done on analyzing what the remaining areas are. I'm sort of searching through my mapping to see where I can find that. So if other councilors would like to
Thank you, Paul.
discuss your items, I'll keep looking for it.
Elizabeth?
Yeah, I have some questions. Can I just calibrate Tim on, we're kind of way past our agenda.
We certainly are.
I guess one of my questions is, actually not a question, but maybe a recommendation is, I believe we are going to have to go to a second public hearing. I also believe some of my questions can be answered in writing from staff. So I'm kind of wondering, in the interest of agenda, getting through a tight agenda, if that might be
To
a
continue?
recommendation to recommend a second public hearing be scheduled for October 21st, and that I know my questions I can put in writing. I probably have a half a dozen.
We've already closed the hearing, but we could schedule another public hearing unless there's some.
Sorry, can I interject for a second? And Paul, I know you're working on something else there, so I'm trying to speak for you. So the setting a public hearing should be setting a public hearing about a change you're going to make to this current draft and then warn that change. So at a minimum, we need to know from you tonight, what is the change you are looking for us to make in a second public hearing? Another option for you is to say you want to have further conversation, to have another agenda item about that, and then warn a public hearing after. My fear for you, Elizabeth, is that you may have a question that might lead to a change that would then put us into a third public hearing. You know what I'm saying? So if the council's not ready tonight to define the universe of changes you want to make, I might recommend just going to another council discussion and then warning a second public hearing. And that does create some challenges for staff to administer, but you do have the time to do it. Paul, do you disagree with any of that?
No, I'd say if the council, prior to warning a second public hearing, decide what things you would like to see changes to.
With another discussion agenda item.
You would- when you
Within
say-
within the universe of the things provided to by the commission.
So let me say it one more time, because we said the same thing and confused you. So if you know the universe of things you want to make changes of tonight, then let us know what those are. We can warn a second public hearing with those, and then you can have further discussion and approve that version. If you want more time to think about what that universe of changes might be, you should have another council discussion first, and then warn a second public hearing with all of your changes.
I like the second option. Do you agree with that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's do that. Would that be on our next agenda? Okay. So I think we'll finish this item tonight at this point, right? And we'll pick it up at another discussion item.
We can be prepared on the various questions, Councillor Chalnick, on the mapping, and if others have questions that you'd like for us to be prepared, then it gives us a little bit of a chance to think about both the analysis and if you've got specific questions, any solutions so that you can move expediently at your next meeting.
So because you have 3 weeks between this and then, I would really encourage you to send those questions in as soon as possible to give us enough time to really put together a good packet and give it back to you with a week for you to digest it before your next conversation.
Do I need to repeat my questions, or do you have them?
We have yours.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank you for your time, everyone.
Paul and Jessica. Appreciate it. All right, moving on to item number 9,
Thank
which
you,
is
Jessica.
a discussion and possible action for the FY26 budget, receive initial financial projections for the FY26 budget, and establish budget goals. Martha
All
Machar.
right, so as Martha comes up, I'm going to say to you on camera what I said to you offline to some of you. I have pendulum swung you all from in the weeds operations into policy discussions, approving land development regulations and telling other people what they can do with their land, and deciding what to do with other people's money are the two biggest policy decisions you make in a year. So 1 and 2, and Martha's put together a huge amount of information for you, and I will let her walk you through it.
Good evening, Martha.
Hi, good evening. Martha Machar, Finance Director. So tonight is the second item on our budget schedule that you approved during the last council meeting. This is one of those second one where we need your recommendation. You set your goal and you give recommendation to the leadership team as they put together a budget so that we do not bring you a budget that increase tax rate by 20%. So we would like to know where your head is and what you would recommend us to do. So the memo that's outlined it is in 5 different categories. The first part is just the background, and that background does also include key current emerging issues which are written in there in forms of questions, such as how do we provide municipal services at the level of quality the community expects while addressing affordability challenges in our community and in the state of Vermont. So there are 5 different key questions in there that address current key issues. I'm not going to read them all out. They're included in the package and also online. So the second part of the data that is provided to you in the memo is informational data, and that includes where we have been tax rate-wise, FY19 through FY25, what those increases have been, and that also includes what our budget has been since FY19 through now, and what property tax rate have been, not property tax rate, but what property taxes have been generated and funded by property tax dollars. Part of that also include providing you with what FY25 budget, which we just started, what they are, percentages by departments, and also including the revenues, what make up the total budget. As you can see, big part of it is property taxes, but a good portion of it is non-property tax values. So following that is the regional municipal tax rate. So we just wanted to show you where we land, and that include a few municipal cities around here where the tax rates are and what they generate and their grand list. And we are the third down, we're just below Shelburne, so we were just looking at a few of them: Williston, Richmond, Shelburne, Colchester, Winooski, and Burlington, and we are right in the middle of those municipalities that are included in there. And that is FY25 information. So given that information is the projected expenses. So we just provided you with the background of where we've been and where our taxes have been. So we just wanted to provide you with some, what we know our fixed expenses, revenues that we know comes in, and what our projected expenses would be, assuming that we continue with FY25 budget as funded, and fixed expenses that do increase annually, including group health insurance, including CBS, when that are agreed in the contracts. So right now we do have 2 contracts that are coming up. They're ending this year. Fire union was agreed to this year, settled and signed. So to implement that is also included in here. So the assumption that we made in this projection do include that most of our union contracts have been in the past settled with increases that align with CPIs. So, and this month, generally in August, for the Northeast region. So the Northeast region CPI reports this year is 3.4. And we just assume that if the union contracts that are coming up would align with that, it would be 3.5, and that's what we include. That does not necessarily mean is where they would be. We would like to continue to be competitive and not lose our staff, and those would be reflected when those are. So what is not included is what cost those would bring when those contracts union are settled. So to go through most of the, as we saw earlier on, how most of our funding revenues are through property taxes. So in here, we had, assuming a very aggressive growth in the grand list of 1.5. So over the last 12 years, the average growth has been 1.5, so we just assume that. And that is with the understanding we're not going to have better this year. We are not going to have on logic. City center is almost built out. And city center generally, what comes into the general fund budget is just 25% of that grand list. 75% goes into TIF. So with that in mind, with 1% growth projected as the grand list growth, we are assuming that 1 cent on the tax rate will raise about $434,000, but 1% on the tax rate will raise about $225,000. 3% will raise about $375,000, and 5% would be 1.1. And just following up on the last discussion where when we were talking about the policies and strategies, looking at other areas of revenue sources, as we know that there are other non-property tax revenues. So in there, we also have fees that do comes in that we charge, permit fees, ambulance billing fees. We have local option taxes. So those also we have increase them. And even with those increases, we projected in the spreadsheet that follows. So on the expense side, as I mentioned earlier, wages and benefits, those increases are based off the union contract increases, and also a projected increase on the health insurance. We met a few weeks ago with our consultant, and the recommendation is 16%, and that is nationwide. It's not just us. It's what the industry is. It is going up again, as it went up last year. So we'll see huge increases there as well. So if you looked at the spreadsheet provided earlier, you would see that we have included in there a line to capture vacancies. So the last 3 years, we've seen that we have had a lot of vacancies, unfilled positions, and there has been a lot of salary saving. And to capture that, we included an amount in here to assume citywide will have about 400 of saving in FY26. So that is included as a revenue in here. We are fully funding all the positions, but we're just adding in that amount as a net. So operating budget.
Just go to surplus.
Generally, yes, it would go to surplus. And so that's why we're trying to calculate ahead of time.
Martha, hold on a quick second. What's your question?
Oh, here you go. Estimated salary savings.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. So operating budget, we are assuming that it will all stay the same, but we're just going to add in about 100. That is to capture increases on utilities, then all things that do increase with the minimum increases. So the other part of the budget is capital budget. So on that spreadsheet, we included the amount that was approved last year as part of the 10-year capital plan. So it was in there as a projected capital expenses that will be executed in FY26. This is generally included, but mostly it is updated every year. Only the first year of capital improvement plan is incorporated into the budget, and the outer years are updated each year, and the first year is included in the budget. So FY26, as was projected, was at 5 million, about 40% of FY25, and about 585,000 was for the climate action. We separated those out last year, so we kept them out. We included in the CIP, but kept a separate line to identify which one are general capital projects that we would generally do. And when added the climate part to it, then what would it cost? So that was the additional cost of that. And as you can also tell, last year was 417, and all of it was paid with ARPA fund. This year, we are not going to have ARPA fund because of the U.S. Treasury guidance on the obligations rule, that everything has to be obligated by the end of this year, meaning everything has to be under contract. And we know this budget will not be approved until next March, so none of it will qualify. So the full amount is in here to be funded with ARPA revenues. And with that rule too, in the past, the council had approved a step-down approach on ARPA revenues that were initially used to level out, to bring up the capital plan and to fund the projects and then phase the expenses out into the general fund. So about 180, FY26 was going to be the last year that the ARPA revenues were going to be used for the capital projects. So about 180 in here that would have been ARPA revenues is also reflected to be paid with general fund money. And all of that is reflected on this spreadsheet that Jesse has up there. Thank you, Jesse.
So I just want to underline the point Martha just made, because it's a huge point that only just today kind of clicked for me. So if you take the 400,000-ish we funded with ARPA money in capital last year, the 580,000-ish in the FY26 budget, new money for climate, plus the 180 of ARPA money that we don't have this year to level out, it's about $1 million new dollars of capital money we need to do next year what we said last year we would do next year without that one-time money.
And then if suddenly there's
You're not on.
suddenly if there's epiphany and all those jobs get filled, that 400,000 that we're baking in at some point also goes away. Because we're
Well, that-
currently looking at, as I understood it, it was creatively used as sort of inflow as opposed to an outflow, which would traditionally be the case if those positions are filled.
So that's a different thing that I was saying about
No,
capital.
but I'm just adding on.
So to skip to that conversation for a minute, so our thought, so that's one of our questions for you all tonight. We're not necessarily asking, sorry, Martha, to interrupt your flow here. We're not necessarily asking you for hard guidance. We're asking you for ideas you want us to explore, ideas that you're comfortable with adding, comfortable with cutting, et cetera. So, for example, we've been running surpluses. Part of the driver of those surpluses is salary lag money. So instead of raising property taxes to generate surplus with salary lag money, do we take a risk that we are going to have some salary lag money? And if we don't, if we miraculously fully fund 10 cops and all the CDL drivers and all the accountants and all the whatever, then what we're going to do is come back to you mid-year and say, hey, we're running a deficit. This is a problem for us. Let's figure out how to close that $400,000 gap. We haven't had to do that before because we've always run surplus. But that could be, and we're trying to gauge your level of comfort with doing that.
I'm fine with that.
And it is a fairly low-level risk.
And it's fairly low level risk.
Maybe we could work backwards from a tax rate goal, which was one of the final questions, right? To me, it all stems from there, right? I mean, there's
Hold on, Martha, I totally interrupted you. Were there any final points you wanted to make?
sorry.
No, I think that about covered it all. I think with all the revenues and expenses projected, we have 1.6 million to generate. That is excluding all the other new things that the leadership team is probably thinking about doing in FY26 that have not been captured in here yet.
So before you get to scary percentage goals for us, also want to underline the points Martha made, that what this does not include is settling a police contract, settling an AFSCME contract, whatever we're going to see from Green Mountain Transit on the assessment, pop-up capital projects like Brewer Parkway that I mentioned earlier. This is a very high-level projection of where we think we're going to be.
Can I ask a quick question, though? On the interest earned under projected revenues, you have 985 versus 800 the previous year. Are you taking into account that the Fed are going to cut rates, or do you just have more money in the bank that's going to earn at a slightly lower rate? Is that what?
Yes, that's correct. We are, yes.
Okay, thanks. I figured you know exactly where the Fed's going. You probably already told the Fed what to cut the rate to. Okay.
She's very smart.
I have a quick question about the surplus. My understanding is we've been trying to grow our surplus fund, and we're at 14%, and we want to be at 16%. So if we use those surplus funds in any way, we are slowing down our progress towards that 16%. Is that correct?
So in theory, yes, you have a future agenda item tonight about your FY24 surplus. And you've made a set of ARPA decisions that are going to intentionally create a $1.5 million new surplus. So yes, in theory, you're eroding that, but it's also a ongoing accounting technique.
And in making that 1.5 surplus with the ARPA funds, the intention was that we would be spending them in '26, was my understanding.
The
And
intention was they
we were
would be
doing that
available.
so that we wouldn't lose those monies.
You were doing that so you wouldn't lose the ARPA monies to build yourself an intentional surplus to use at your discretion
Right.
at some point in the future.
Right.
Can I ask a couple questions? You indicated on the summary that the grand list growth was aggressive at 1.5%. Why is that considered aggressive? I thought that was pretty
So yes, over the last 12 years, the average growth has been 1.5. Over the last 2 years or 3 years, the growth has been a little higher. The last time it was 3.27. That was when the OnLogic and Beta came on board. Those were really big projects, and we do not see such two big projects coming on in FY26. And the big growth that we see here in the city center, only 25% is captured into the general fund, 75% that's going to ARPA, into TIF.
So Martha it also did a very high-level review with our assessor specialist about the permits we know are in the works right now. And we there's a lot of unknowns there, but there's also not a new beta, a new OnLogic. So there's not a big cost driver the way there has been in the past.
It's the same question on the sales option tax. What's the trend been? I know it's in here somewhere, but what's the trend been on that? Because that typically overachieves that number.
Yes, and so over the last few years, as we were coming out of COVID, we saw big increases because we were under budgeting what we were projecting, but we have adjusted the projection over the last 2 years, and we think we are where we are. So this year, the increase was just around 250 for FY24. And we have added that into 25 and 26. So there is an increase in there, but the average increase is around 4%, and that's what we have budgeted.
Just on option tax, I just don't know much about it. When OnLogic sells their computers and Dynapower sells, do we get OnLogic option tax and all that stuff, and or Beta? Like, what does it apply to?
So we'd probably need to do a little bit of digging for you and what exactly OnLogic is selling. One of the challenges for local options receipts at the state level is because most communities in Vermont have very small retail sectors, they won't give us receipts for where the dollars are coming from. So we don't know what's coming from Target versus what's coming from JCPenney's or whatever it is. But the point of the sales tax is it's a sale applied at the point of use. So it's when you order from Amazon and it's delivered to your house, you are paying sales tax on that. I don't think there's anything at OnLogic that is sold like that.
You saying it doesn't apply to wholesale, the option
It does not apply for wholesale. If it's being sold somewhere else, there's no local point of sale for that. So my understanding for both Beta and OnLogic is that there isn't, and cars are exempt altogether. So that there isn't a point of sale here, but I don't know 100%.
So if they sell their computers or planes in Vermont, maybe, but if they don't know. One more thing on option tax, and I'm sorry, this may be a little bit of a diversion, but, and I know we're not going to solve it now, but just to kick off a conversation, I think, my understanding is that we get 70% of it and the state gets 30% as admin. And that was put in place a while ago when things were complicated.
It's even worse than that.
It's worse than that? What is it?
So the city gets 70%, the state gets 30% to pay for pilot payments that they pay for in other communities and to us. And then we pay a per receipt or a per business charge. Right?
Sure.
So we'll find it for you, but it is worse than just 70-30. We pay an admin fee on top of the 30% we pay the state.
I guess I just wonder if at some point we should kick off a conversation with
so there's actually
some
a very
lobbying on this.
Yeah.
And also in terms of a conversation on giving more granularity on where the sales tax are coming from. Because
we've already gone over that, Mike. Senator Chittenden, before he was a senator, and I would like talk about that at meetings. And then he's had discussions with the tax commissioner, and you would have to generate legislation to direct the tax commissioner to at least tell those cities who receive the 70%, at least what the businesses are that are generating that data, but they won't give you the amounts. And we've always asked, like, who are these businesses in town and who are these businesses on Amazon that are, providing this
Because
tax money?
it puts ties our hand behind our back in terms of promoting policies that basically champion or promote businesses that seem to be
Well, more
driving
like it's a
themselves.
tax situation, because you don't know if there's a business down the street that you're not getting tax from. That, to me, it's an audit thing more than anything else. Burlington and St. Albans don't have this problem, right?
Why?
Those are remitted directly to the city from the businesses.
So Burlington has a charter provision where they collect their own local options tax, and it's at a much higher rate than we do. I do just, in the interest of full disclosure, my brother is the general counsel for the tax department. I do believe the tax department fully audits their receipts. I don't think we are. I think the problem is more what Mike is saying, the ability to know what levers you're pulling and what you're incentivizing and not. We don't know whether, a restaurant brings in more than a hotel. We think that is the case, but we don't actually know that.
And this also goes to, I think, if you look at the total tax levied over 5 years as a percent, we see a nice trend going from residential dropping from 64 to 61 and commercial going up from 31 to 35. I mean, obviously, I think in a lot of communities that I've worked in, they set out targets on what are the policy actions we can take to grow the pie of commercially generated revenue. Part of that is understanding what is allowed commercial property to develop and what are the policies that we can do to promote that. But the same also applies to the lot. What are the kinds of institutions that do generate the most sales tax and as you
And
said,
we don't know that.
yeah, and so, no, but I think if we can in both cases find a way to move in that direction, it would give us a lot. Otherwise, it's just such a general conversation.
Was that a deliberate decision by the city to not follow Burlington's suit there?
We didn't have a choice, I don't think, because the state had changed the rules at that point.
So, I mean, there's a long history of local options tax and who had access to it until this last session, when lots more folks were given access to it. So my understanding, but don't quote me on this, I don't know Burlington's history, is that they've had a charter provision for many years before there was the kind of Gold Town local option tax implementation. And then when that went into place, then other communities started either being given it, as we were, or asking for it through a charter provision. So I think they were first, and then everyone else followed. Steve, do you know if that's, okay.
I mean, I guess the fundamental question is that an option for a charter change now?
So you have asked for, the city has asked for a local options tax on, you would remember this better than I, on rental cars at the airport. That was passed by the voters and then rejected by the legislature?
Yeah.
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 So you could always consider a charter change for those things.
I don't think the legislature would want to reduce their income by the 30%. So, anyway, getting back to the discussion, and the proposal I'd made is like, what is the target tax rate increase or decrease that the council wants to offer as because that's the most finite direction we can give, right? So we've had 5.49% in 24, 5.39% last year. I remember when my first budget I went through in 2017, and we were like going, well, we want to keep it under 3%. And I think it was 3%. We were hoping for 2.8 or something like that, but it was at 3% or so. And I think, unfortunately, I mean, in 21, but that was an off year because of COVID and whatnot. It's going to be interesting to hear from the steering committee on Wednesday what their projections are, right? Because one thing I'm worried about is that if they're talking about 18% and we're talking about 5%, that.
What's your pleasure?
Well, so So the thing is, we can start with a target, right? And then they can return to us and say, with that, we would have to do the X, Y, and Z.
Can
you
I,
know.
just an additional question? The utility rates here, these are the enterprise? The last 2 years, you know, the trajectory had been 3%, you know, about 3%, and 2%, 1.25%, 1 3/4. The last 2 years, they've been 8.5 increase, 9.5 increase, 8.34. This is additional fees that our taxpayers pay, including on top of the tax. So those fees, do we have any? Do we have a projection? Is that last column the projected for FY26, or these are just tracking through 25?
So the projections provided in here are just for the property taxes. We have not provided projections for enterprise funds yet.
'Cause I was just thinking, when we're thinking of the holistic, you know, what is that property tax or that we're talking about, you know, sort of knowing, we'll learn from the education, what will they also be paying for schools? And then obviously it would sort of be helpful to know what we anticipate them paying in terms of these utility rates increases.
Yeah, we need to be cognizant of the fact and the effect that the school budget would have on a vote on town meeting day for our budget versus their own budget, right?
Right.
So I'm worried that, if we said 7%, that it might not pass, right? If we said 5.x%, right, it has a better chance. So I'll just put out there, it was 5.39 last year. I mean, do we want to just repeat 5.39 and let that be an initial target for next year? And it would be a level tax rate increase.
I would go with CPI, 3.4%.
3.4?
We can tell the public that we're
And
using
that,
taxes, no faster than inflation.
and that's fair, but there are still some unknowns with these contracts, right?
Yeah,
So
no, I know.
that
You
you'll
asked for a
have to-
target.
You'll have to come out. No, yeah. So, I mean.
I'd
so
love
we-
to say
so we
no
have
faster
3.4.
than inflation.
We got 3.4. I was thinking 5.4, what do the other counselors think? You want to get in that range between 3.4 and 5?
I have a lot of mixed feelings of doing something where you're going to get feedback that is potentially impacting services that you ultimately sort of decide not to do or decide to add back, for instance. I actually would love to see something at inflation and see what the impact would be of that. Practically speaking, my sense would be to be at a level rate over last year would be ambitious in and of itself. So I don't want to create work or angst getting to a lower level. But I have to say, I like the message that sends too. So I mean, I can justify either of those approaches.
So in the past, I think we've been able to see like scenarios.
That's what I think we need to see.
So a 3.4 scenario, a 4.5 scenario, and a 5.4 scenario. I mean,
Yes,
is that
because that's going to help us when it comes time to sell it. These are the trade-offs that we are
right? Right,
having to
and
make.
then we will again give when we decide on that final number. We're going to have to either cut something,
Right.
if it comes to that, and we don't know. So is that the kind of feedback that's useful?
So, yes, and can I ask a few follow-up questions? Again, not for hard votes, just to take temperatures.
Yeah.
So within the developing those scenarios, I'm hearing some opinions of develop those scenarios without gutting some service area. Try and maintain service areas.
Right.
Ish.
If possible.
How are you open to us getting more aggressive with revenues? So again, a budget's a budget, right? We are right today projecting out something that's going to start in 18 months and finish 12 months after that. So stating the obvious. So we, to date, this administration has been relatively conservative with projecting local options tax, not doing salary lag money, not necessarily increasing fees and fines. There are a host of permit fees and other fees we have that we haven't looked at for about a decade. Are you open to us as a diversifying revenue streams, looking at those things?
Especially if they're done in the way that I think we did, the ones that were approached for the ambulance, where, again, it'll be about explaining this to the public, is, you know, these are the fees compared to what are comparison fees in the neighborhood, so to speak. I think that makes it easier.
So you can benchmark against the other towns and cities.
Could we also get back to the surplus discussion? Because I think it feeds into what you just said about how aggressive we should be or not. Because I just want to make sure I understand it. I'm looking at the memo. There's no page number, but it says estimated unaudited fund balance. It starts with 4,191,284.77.
You look at the fund, which memo?
I'm looking at this.
The surplus memo?
Right. Yeah, and then it adds fiscal year 24 surplus of 1,376 to get to a total estimated surplus of 5,000,005. Does that include the opera dollars or not? That 5,000,005?
It does not.
Does not. So without opera, we're already at 19.5%, which exceeds our target of 18%. Am I right?
Martha?
We are at, so that 19.53 exclude the 370 that you approved as part of FY25 budget last year.
Oh, toward the Heinsberg light.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
And a 24K that you approved July 1st this year.
Fine. So with
are
those
not
expenditures, we're down to 18%.
Correct.
But that's without opera. So we're kind of at our target already. So in other words, if next year we don't have any more surplus because we're more aggressive, we still have, we're at 18%. So we're like kind of where we want to be in terms of surplus. 18.13, 18.15? Am I looking at this correctly?
Yes, we do have,
Right?
yes, but
Okay.
we do have a list of requests.
Correct.
associated with
And-
that as well.
Before we,
Oh, oh.
all the request brings it below 16.
But I think Andrew's point was that if we're a little aggressive on some of those revenues and we miss it a little bit, we're still have plenty of above our target.
Well, I
think
mean,
that's
before we
why
start
it's-
spending, and maybe we need to talk about that, but that's what this conversation is about. We're already at the target. So we've been, because we've been aggressive in the past, we've been building up the surplus. We're at our target. We can afford, I mean, because we've been cautious in the past, right? We're building up the surplus. We have our surplus at the target. We could probably afford to be a little more aggressive, I guess is where I'm coming from.
So
Great.
I would add though with the ARPA revenues, since the action you guys took last time was to allocate them to CIP, and there was a CIP policy that was approved in the past. So any CIP money that is not expended goes into the CIP reserve. It does not go into the fund balance.
Okay.
But $1 million that we're trying to raise for FY26 is in CIP.
Correct.
Can I just clarify, the target is 16%?
16.6.
Oh, and we're at the 18.15, is that correct?
That's correct.
The reserve is, besides serving as a cushion, and does it help us anything with borrowing money, or does it?
No, we're not individually bonded.
Oh,
We
we're
are
not
bonded
bonded,
through the
okay,
bond bank.
okay, okay.
Where it's 2 months cash on hand, so it's a reserve. It does help us at times with being more aggressive with grants. So to be able to say we have more match, and then of course it helps you be able to be more innovative and nimble with projects.
One comment, Jesse, I'd make on fees is, I know when I looked at the budget last year, the fees were, there was something published either in the booklet or something that said sort of on average fees would be this for the services like sewer, water, things like that. So if you added on average to what the average homeowner property tax impact was, it was a good percentage higher. So I would be careful sort of where it hits the same pocketbook and the focus on sort of new, the fine side, the fees for new services. And I don't know if, Steve, you put in things like on the ambulance services, kind of a an attrition rate or something that says we're only going to get, because we're going to the insurance companies, we're only going to get 70% of those. So, some balance to reasonableness rather than counting on where there is like a new fine or something, really what the recoup rate would be.
But you're worried about the increases in sewer and water?
The standard
Acting like
services
another
that-
tax that,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, it really, when it goes to the same
Yeah.
pocketbook, yeah.
I think we'd be, well, do you want to answer this?
Yeah, we'll definitely do an analysis of those, but I also want to say when we talk of the percentage increases for the enterprise fund, it is a 5% on a pretty small amount, so the impact generally come down to less than $100 per year.
I also think some of the fees that I think we have in mind that really haven't been looked at for a while are mostly development fees. So they're not necessarily, my fee for a library card. They're, my fee for pulling a zoning permit. So, which would hit a property owner, but once, not annually.
When you talk here about non-property tax revenues, and they have them going up in FY24 almost 12%, 25, 21%. What's baked in, what falls under this non-property tax revenues?
So a few of those are listed in there, which do include planning and zoning permit fees, ambulance fees, interest,
So all the fees that we're
local
we're
option
talking-
taxes.
So basically, the fees that we're talking about, checking to see what the market rate is and if we need to raise them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
So I have a question. If we stayed at 5.39 next year, do we know what the FY26 tax rate would be? Just seeing that FY25 was 0.5181. If we went up another 5.39%, what would the tax rate be? Do we know that?
I can do that real quick.
Sorry.
So a percent is about, a penny is 2%, is that right? Am I doing that math correctly?
Penny is 2%. A percent is 0.00.
These are all things we will give you on your scenario chart.
Okay, okay. And I'm just, because having done the school tour today and talked to Violet about what is coming our way with the school budget and the impact that it will have on our residents when they're looking at our budget. Even though it's easy for us to say that's not ours, that's theirs, it's still coming out of their pockets. And so if our tax rate takes a big jump, it's going to be really hard to sell it.
What would you like to target?
Oh, I think we ought to, I'd like to target 7%. I'm just saying what I would like, because I think we need the money and we have a lot of things we need to spend money on, but we're not going to get that. So I think that the range that we've talked about from CPI to what we did last year is, 3 steps. I'm worried that the 5.39 may raise the tax rate above what we can realistically expect from our residents.
I would even say that, of the 3 scenarios, that even the third scenario, the high scenario, should be under 5.39. I think, we passed by 2%, 200 votes. You would think that, oh my God, look at the tax rate is going down from 23 to 24 to 25. You would think it'd become more palatable. Actually, it was the lowest, in anyone's, at least I understand, recollection. So I think we just have to accept that, between the combination of reducing the property tax charge and compensating to a degree possible by a reasonable market rate on fees, and then these are the, and then put it to the public, these are the cuts that are going to have to endure if you want to keep it under
What do you want to
control.
target?
I would say 3 scenarios that we said, but even the third, the CPI, a percentage point over that, and then, 5 5.25 or something, even symbolically, the top rate should even be below the 5.39.
Well, the third one is just a repeat of last year, so it's
Yeah.
level tax rate
Would even
increase, you know.
Symbolically.
Then but with that, you'll see probably everything that we think we need. And then ones below that, you'll see what something
What
has
we're
to
having
go.
to
I
cut.
think even if you're saying level, there's still going to have to be some kind of contraction because we have built-in increases in salary, we have inflation. So
But that's why we're asking for
We will
three
see that,
scenarios.
yeah.
So we just pick these three numbers and we'll see what we get. All right.
The other thing I think we're gonna need to do, and I know that this happens every year, but I think we're really gonna have to focus on how we sell this to the public. And how we explain what we're doing and why we're doing it. And I think that, I think that's gonna be an even bigger task for us this year. And I don't know if that's Andy that's gonna do that or who's gonna do it first, or how we're gonna do it.
All are gonna do
We're
that.
all gonna do it, but I think that that's gonna be a really big part of what we're doing. I think that's gonna be as big as setting the rate. And we're gonna have to explain what the implications are and what, you know, everybody wants a swimming pool, but we don't have the CIP for it,
Not this
so.
year. So you have the three numbers, right? And you also, we said, go ahead and explore increasing fees, right? Is that enough direction for now?
Can I
for
ask
that?
another request? I think it would be helpful if we're going to implement kind of a vacancy or attrition strategy to show what fully burdened would look like. Because headcount are approved, FTEs are approved. I think it would be helpful in positioning whatever, you know,
We're going to be 400,000
cuts
short.
need to be made. What's that?
We'll be 400,000 short. We know
well,
that.
Well, there's some assumptions in the increases, but where those are specifically.
Yes, that would be good to know.
Where we might be or specific headcounts, if it was fully burdened, where that staffing occurs.
Yeah, and what services those staffings are, I mean, the police are obviously associated with public safety, but I think some of the other positions may not be as clearly to the average person or even to me, you know, the impact of having that position permanently empty.
One other thing that
Can I
I,
just state that a different way so I'm sure I'm understanding? So I think that is our intention to build actually the full burden into the budget and then have a discount rate. And I think what you're looking for is what is that discount rate as a percentage of total comp by department or something like that? Like some detail on where we think that might, not necessarily a plan for that, but some,
Yes, if it's tied to, I mean, I think tying it to specific headcount is important too, not just a dollar.
Because isn't it safe to assume that, you know, we all know that filling the police positions is a challenge irrespective of almost anything we do. But that is not true necessarily for the other positions. I know that in DW, you know, in Public Works, you know, I've heard it's perhaps a question of salary for the highway workers. There's some talk about, do we need to increase that? So, I mean, some positions could be filled. Others are just going to be empty just because it's a challenge to fill them. That at some point becomes a conscious decision. And if we're choosing not to fill them because we're choosing not to raise the salaries and we know a simple raise would fit it, you know, then we're foregoing certain services.
yeah. So I think we owe you an explanation of our logic here. I want to be really clear. I'm not intending to not fill any positions. We are going to work as hard as we can to fully fill all of our positions. What I'm trying to capture here is that based on our last years of spending, we know that it's very unlikely that we're going to fill 10 cops this year. I'm going to work very hard to try. And I know that when I fill 6 of those cops, I'm going to fill them at a starting salary, not a 20-year veteran salary. So there's also some savings there. So I think what you're asking for is just a description, more of a description of what's behind this, the implications on head count, the implications of the plan. So that's very helpful.
one other thing I'd like to consider as we're looking at this is I have heard repeatedly that, and they had a surplus and they're still raising our taxes. So if our surplus is now at 18.1 and we want it to be at 16.4, I don't know if those numbers are quite correct, but should we be considering, as we're looking at the budget, also using some of that surplus to get us to the 16 and say, you know, we've heard that we've had surpluses every year. We're actually at our target and we're going to use some of those surpluses to help.
Surplus to buy down the tax rate.
Yes. Yes. The difference between the 16 and the 18. I think that,
That difference is already accounted for.
is that difference already going to go away,
By the
Martha?
recommendations they gave us, it would
Yeah.
actually put us a little below the
Yeah.
16.
Okay.
So,
You've already done that.
yeah, so that's the next agenda on your item, and the 18%, that's only including the 370 and the 24, but there are also a number of one-time funding recommendation in that memo that bring the 18.3 down to a 15.
Can I encourage you to think about that a little differently?
Yes.
So over the last couple of years, we have been trying to increase the general fund investment in capital. In the past, the community appropriately has made that amount going from the general fund into capital has fluctuated quite wildly based on specific projects or specific purposes. That's a fine way to budget. We have taken the approach of let's try and create some predictability so we know we have this base general fund dollar is going to CIP and it grows annually to keep up with paving costs and preventive maintenance costs and whatnot. To do that this year and to add the climate initiatives, what we're telling you is we have to raise a new $1 million of general fund money to do that. Maybe that's not a good idea this year. Maybe we look at using some surplus to invest in climate one-time projects or to invest in other one-time CIP projects, still continue to grow the general fund a little bit, but not $1 million jump in 1 year. I feel much more comfortable with investing surplus money to do that than I do to just buy down the tax rate of salaries. Because if we just buy down the tax rate of salaries, next year, we're right back here in the same problem. Or in a worse problem.
School is finding it.
So just, if we're gonna think about using surplus to buy down the tax rate, let's think about it in offsetting capital costs, not necessarily buying down the tax rate.
Yes.
Which
Well,
agenda,
I would say one time,
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
anyway, yes.
yeah, consulting or something, yeah.
which agenda item are we on now? I think we kind of finished 9. We were supposed to go to 10, but we also talked about surplus use. So do you want to talk about agenda item 10, which is the financial reports year end?
Yes, we can definitely close the item 9. So you asked the question of what the tax rate would be if it is increased by 5.39. It would be 0.5460. And the final point I would make on that is there on the appendix that were attached to the projection, the last page of the appendix had an error in it. It's been corrected, and I think the council has the hard copy and was emailed to them. We have not uploaded the corrected version online. So if you're watching online, the difference is pretty minimal. It's just on the property tax, but the amount collected each year stays correct. So are we ready to move on to the next agenda?
Sure. Let's go to number 10, which is the financial reports.
The 10 is to finally close FY24, and it does include budget narratives from department heads explaining what they have accomplished through FY24, how their projected revenues came in, and how the expenditures happen, or what has been spent in FY24. And in that, the expenses were totally on point, about 100%, and the revenues were above budgeted at 104, 105%. And the huge increase on those were listed below, which does include interest on income at about 980,000. Local option taxes coming in at 251. And ambulance billing coming in at 238. So those increases the revenues that were projected. So on the expenses side, if you are looking at the report that was included, attached to the budget narratives, you would see that the expenses are probably listed at 1.3, and that is because when we closed out FY25, the council approved a 1.128 out of the FY23 surpluses to be spent on one-time project, and those are reflected on the actual financials, bringing them to a 1.3. So we take them out because they have different funding sources. We cannot transfer the fund balance into the revenues. Is already a revenue in there, so it's not accounted for. When we take it out, it brings it down to 100%. So the expenses were totally as projected. I would say, though, on that is that generally we looked at the financials the third quarter to see if we are actually hitting the target and make recommendations to either not to spend or to spend. This year we knew that our interest was going to go up. Local option taxes were definitely going to go up as well. So you would see a lot of budget line overspend. That was intentional to meet a lot of expenses that have been deferred over the years. And I think you have the financials and the budget narrative from the departments.
Council, have any questions on that? I don't hear any questions.
It's a huge amount of work by the department heads
It
and
is.
Martha, but it's also meant just to be a resource and a tool for you all. We
Yeah.
don't necessarily, we hope you don't have a lot of questions about it.
No.
So it's really just meant to be there as a resource for you, and thanks to Martha and the team for putting it together.
Yeah, thank you. City clerk had a lot of elections to pay for.
A lot of elections.
And where are the city council stipends in there? And why are they so meager? Other business, increase stipends to city councilors
Is that an
to equal
official
or greater than Burlington.
FY26 goal, budget goal.
Yes, we will talk about that another time.
Then maybe next year I'll ask you to put together budget narrative for the council budget.
The tax increase would have been 5.42, but it's 5.43 because, I'm just kidding, that was a joke. All right, thank you. So now we have item 11, which is receive and possibly approve proposals to use FY24 surplus funds.
So included in that, given that we have 1.3 surplus, the management is recommending about 5 items, one-time item. There were a lot of requests from the department heads, but we narrowed down because we wanted to at least leave some amount to the EU and to be added to the fund balance and not allocate or not ask you to allocate the full surplus into one time. So a few of those one-time recommendations to you include allocating about 103 to the fire department projects. Those do include officers development, and I think that is actually explained in there as right now there are about 50% of the department has less than 2.5 years of experience. And Steve, do you want to take that?
You know, one of the things that's really neat about coming into a young organization is that there's a lot of opportunities to build and expand, but we really have to focus on succession planning, and that is what this is intended to do. We are going to see over the next 3 years much of our senior leadership team be eligible to retire, and I need to put some effort into bringing up that next generation and make them available and prepared to run the city every day. And that's what the intent of this is a senior level training program for those young officers who are going to assume the most critical, I would say is the most critical role in the department is the company officer, the first level of leadership. And then the second one we implemented computer-aided dispatch about a year ago in coordination with the city of Burlington. Initially, it was a server-based software in the servers in Burlington, and we have an agreement where we would pay them an amount of money for that, and a portion towards server replacement. They moved it to the cloud. It's much better for us being on the cloud. So if we want to make any changes, we don't have to go to, before we'd have to go physically drive into Burlington and make the changes there. But at the end of the day, we also can now access the CAD system from anywhere. So if we had to dispatch remotely, we can do everything remotely based. But this pays also our FY25 fee all the way through to FY26. So that's what those two projects are for the fire department.
I'm sorry, just on the second one. So we changed this a year ago. Did we did this partial with Burlington a year ago. Did we get new servers at that point? Like, what was the hardware?
Yes. So what happened was in last week, literally last week, they migrated from servers to a cloud-based system. That project was about $100,000 to move from servers to the cloud, and new fees and new service. Obviously, because they're holding all the data now, there's a fee there, and so we picked up about a third of that cost. And then to get on a cycle for our amount of the third, that basically equates to the rest of that.
So did we anticipate when we agreed with them in this new tool that the whole thing would be moving to the cloud, or?
No, we didn't know when we did the arrangement that they were going to go to the cloud. I bought the system in Burlington and opted to go server-based. At the time, they weren't offering cloud-based. It was the right decision it would have been the right decision to do it then. When they started rolling out the product that was able to go to the cloud, the servers were reaching end of life in Burlington. They made the decision to go to cloud. At the end of the day, we had no.
So we don't have a choice here.
We did not have a choice.
No, I mean, we don't have a choice for the 68,000.
We
Is what I'm
lose the
saying?
ability to
Because they're
dispatch.
decommissioning their servers.
We're already running off the cloud.
Okay. So this is not an option.
Correct. Well,
we can find the money.
You have an option. The option is that we would have to find some other program to pay it out of.
Okay.
So
we came to Martha several months ago and kind of telegraphing putting this path out.
Okay.
this is a huge example of how we are regionalizing services. If we were to buy our own CAD system and not piggyback on Burlington's, it would be much more expensive, and we lose some control when we do that.
Can I clarify, though? It sounds like it's requiring also a new contract. So if we have an existing contract that can't be fulfilled, I mean, that's a pretty big surprise.
So we do have a new contract sent to them, right? So we've agreed on a new contract. I would say that this was not necessarily a surprise. We knew 6 months ago that they were starting to move this direction. No one expected to go live this quickly. Typically, these things take about a year to plan out. They had an opening in their schedule, the vendor, and said, hey, we want to go live quickly. And both parties were ready to jump on it. It is a very extremely collaborative approach. And so, the fact that we can dispatch for one another, that what this allows us to do and send each other's units instantly without even having to pick up a phone now is such a resource sharing opportunity that's not done anyplace else around this area.
Drive some efficiencies from a cost standpoint?
We have significant amount reduction in unit movements because the computer tells who goes where, and trucks don't go on calls that we don't believe they need to go on. Whereas before, someone may go, hey, I think I'm going to go on this because, it sounds cool. Now the computer says, no, you don't go on that. or I might be needed. And now they said, no, if the computer doesn't tell you, you don't go.
Does the new cost, is it more competitive than having to build, maintain, and replace your server hardware?
I don't have the breakdown of it. It's clearly cloud-based it's so much more reliable. Updates happen way more frequently because they can automatically be pushed out.
Yeah.
Same synergy, is the same synergy you have with Burlington because of this shared dispatch system also exists with the Air National Guard, or?
Yes. So the Air National Guard, we put the equipment in their fire trucks, and then with the station alerting that you put in, when our dispatcher happened this afternoon, accident on the interstate, dispatcher sends automatically them and us. It's a two fire suppression unit. We only had one available, automatically sends them. Dispatcher doesn't even have to pick up a phone. Dispatcher doesn't even talk on the radio anymore. A computerized voice broadcasts that, hey, you go here.
So should we make a motion for this item? Is that what we're supposed to be doing?
I just want to ask one question.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry. I just want to verify that on this table that says FY24 estimated unaudited, it shows the fund balance at 15.25, and above it you said if we approve all these recommendations, that operating the fund balance will be just below the 2-month 16.66, and that's what you're saying. The 15 and a quarter is just below the 16.66.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, I'm okay with all these recommendations if the rest of the council.
Well, are we going to go through them, right?
Well, no, I didn't know. It sounded like you wanted.
No,
to
no, I thought we were doing this one.
Oh no, I thought you were saying just do them all. So
Do we need to go through
I-
motion by motion, or can we bulk do them?
Well, I'd like to talk about them.
Yeah, you've got the fire department. We're good with that.
Yeah.
Then we've got the paving projects, $100,000. I think that's a great idea. The roads need it.
I think we're doing enough paving without it. I mean,
We
we
didn't do
already
any
have.
paving. What paving?
No. We have a very, very ambitious paving schedule for next year without the additional 100,000. I don't think we should be throwing
Mill
another
for
100
Dorset
into
Street, and we have another mill for everything else, right?
I would say
I
that.
mean, it's
I know.
incredibly ambitious
but
already.
we end up like underfunding paving almost.
Yes, I would strongly, that the issue keeps coming up over and over, whether it's from individual residents, whether it's from the business community.
It's some loud voices.
It's what?
Some loud.
No, we
Voices.
Say that about a lot of
there
things.
are a lot of bad streets that are they've been waiting a long time for some work. So, I mean, we could argue with this, or we could say cut it in half, if you
No,
want.
I'm just talking about the additional 100.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, but
Yeah.
did you want to like cut it in half?
No, I would say
You
no.
want to cut it entirely?
Yeah, I think I think it's enough. Look, I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean,
Well, can
there's
we revisit?
20 projects, paving projects on the list
Well,
already.
it's a list of streets. The question is how many streets will that money actually touch? That's the desired list, and I don't know.
No, this is the list that's paid for.
That's already paid for?
Yeah.
Or,
This is the paving plan.
Be-
The 100,000 would allow it to pay an additional.
okay.
So did we need to make a motion and vote on the,
So you can either so if you're not going to batch approve them, what I would recommend is let's talk through each of them and then make a set of decisions.
okay.
Yep. Okay, so we talked about paving
Can
and then.
I just add
ahead.
on the paving? I think, I feel like the list that is in place currently is a reflection of what little was able to get done this past year. So I would support additional paving, and ironically, when I look at, I don't know what streets would show up, but ironically, when I do look at the list, I travel on several streets that aren't on the list, so I do think there's opportunity.
And those
for-
streets you travel on could use some paving, you're
Oh,
saying?
oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes.
So all right, so let's go to 3, which is surplus funds for Gregory Drive interior renovations. Now, what's interesting here is that it said that the GSA would help pay for it over time? Is that what it is?
Half of it.
Huh?
Half through the lease.
Half of it. Would their lease cost go up as well because of their using extra space?
That's correct.
Okay.
So this would be included in the agreed amount for their lease, and they will pay it over the duration of their lease
So I'm okay with this. Everybody else is?
Can I clarify? I did not know what this is at all. What?
So can I give you a little backstory on
Yes,
this?
please.
So 19 Gregory Drive, intentionally built but for us 10 years ago to have expansion capacity. There is so we have several tenants in the building now. We have GSA, we have the Solid Waste District. We have a parcel, a footprint that we've been holding. Steve and I have asked South Burlington to hold it for many years, thinking that that was where the regional dispatch center was going to go. We have invested in our dispatch center. We are prepared to start providing regional dispatch services out of our dispatch center. We need to lease up some of this extra space to get revenues into that building. So instead of going out to the open market and saying, we have unfit up space, market, what do you want? Here's an existing tenant who wants to expand, but to do that, we need to move the chief's training room from where it currently is to the unfit up space for dispatch. So that's what we're pretty much doing here is instead of going out and renting a space that we'd intended to rent for many years, we're renting another space to an existing tenant. That's also the vet center, so a comparable service delivery system.
This is the training room, the weight room?
No, it's more like tactical training.
Oh, okay.
So that seemed like, based on that description, it seems like a significant amount just to move the training space then, because the tenant would be paying for the fit up of the other space.
The $100 that is put in there, that's just an estimate of what it could be. And the motion language is written to approve up to that amount. It doesn't not necessarily say that's the amount that will be spent. So if it comes down to just 50K, 50K remain in the fund balance and only 50K will be spent on that space.
But
This
100
says
of it is for
200,000.
This is two different projects we're rolling into one. We need to upfit the current, we need to expand their current space into a training room. That's gonna require, we think about 100,000 to do that.
Okay.
And then there's a vacant room that we now, that's just studded walls that has to be upfitted to use as a training room. And we believe that will probably take 100,000.
Okay.
And so that's how altogether it works out.
Are there any, under their current lease, do we have any obligations to do this? Or do we run if we don't do this, we run a risk of losing a tenant, and then we just have lost revenue?
We will definitely lose them. They're already put out an RFP on the open market for larger office space.
And again, my computer's rebooting, but what is the revenue we generate from?
About 95,000.
103 last year.
103. So the upgrade is sort of a wash or earned back over 2 years?
So the upgrade will be in addition to what the rent has been generating. So their rent will go up from what they are currently paying.
Once the rent is finalized, the rent will pay back that investment we make in upfitting the space, the additional rent rate, because they're gonna rent another 22,000 square feet.
Right.
It'll just take several years to do that.
And the alternative is if we don't do it, we lose 103.
We lose a tenant.
And there's plenty of commercial space out there to occupy.
Right. So it sits vacant.
Number 4 is approval for surplus funds for facilities. So it's 25,000 for safety, overhead door repairs, and then another 100,000 for roof.
Decided to reboot.
Any problems with that? It's up to. Hearing none, we'll move on to number 5, which is approve surplus funds for financial software. That's for permitting software. Is this additional permitting software, or is this
Different project.
different project?
So we've gone to bid for new finance, payroll, and HR software. Those bids closed last week. We will start vendor demonstrations early next month. But this is the price range that we will be in for year one cost.
This is to replace NEMREC.
Yes.
And so what is, if someone asks me, why did you vote for this? What is besides the new or,
Yes, so we use a very antiquated, you could say DOS-based financial system requiring a ton of manual work. We still process invoices with a stamp write them, code them by hand, and then hand deliver them over to finance department, then the data entry becomes a duplication there. We have some departments that are doing complete duplications in Excel so they can track it themselves, because you can't generate good reports if you don't really know how to use the software. Our payroll vendor is probably not ideal for some. We believe we can get better enhancements out of that. And so at the end of the day, we are using small town software to try to run a small city.
Is this cloud-based, or are we going to be maintaining it on our own servers?
It will be cloud-based.
This is going to be cloud-based, okay.
Cloud-based.
All right, so it's just efficiencies, freeing up more time of people to work. Though you should make a documentary of your current operations just for posterity.
We also hope it will provide us much better ability to do analysis for you. I mean, right now, it's very hard to pull out of the system any financial analysis that compares both staffing costs and operations costs. It's all dual spreadsheets that we then try to merge
Can I
together.
ask a question?
I should disclose that my son-in-law's father owns NEMREC, and yet I support this transition.
Yes, Elizabeth?
Quick question. Should we hold off approving these till we see what the proposed budget is with potential impacts on other items? So we're weighing these against?
It seems like these are things that we need to fund right away.
Except for the paving.
Excuse me?
Except for paving.
We have an opinion that paving is not required. We did
Well,
get to-
not all of this.
Yeah, I mean, my point is we don't know what we won't be getting in a inflation-based budget scenario.
Some of these are we need to act. We'll need to act within the next week or two on whether or not we're going to move forward with the lease space. So we'll need to know if that's not going to be supported. Then I think because that's going to change whether or not we respond to that. So yesterday, or must have been today, we received notification that we should be seeing the lease documents come over. So if we're not going to make that investment, then I think, so I think some of those, I guess I'll defer to the boss.
No. I don't disagree with you. I think there might be some confusion about what this kind of allocation means from fund balance. As Martha said, it's an up to allocation. We can't then go and use the balance for something else. So you're only giving us authority to spend these dollars on this prescribed thing. If the fit up comes in at 95,000, the 5,000 goes back into surplus.
No, I understand that, but we don't know what a budget funded at inflation rate might be giving up that could potentially have some of these funds allocated toward it on a one-time basis.
These are surplus funds from the previous year.
Yeah, I understand that.
Right.
It's all fungible.
Yeah, but, I mean, these are needs that are right now.
I tend to agree with Elizabeth. I'd love to see what items we're trading off.
Sorry, I'm getting foggy.
Yeah.
What do you mean trading off? Can you say a little more about?
There's other items in the CIP, right, that may, I don't know, come under pressure if we try and hit a 3.4% tax rate
You're
increase.
saying stop these efforts to wait for the budget development.
I'm open to hearing where there's time-sensitive issues and approving those with the surplus and the caveat of up to. But if there's not a time-sensitive issue that we can butt these up against the budget proposal and understand if there may be some other things that could be higher priority.
So shall we go back to the beginning here? And we haven't been answering questions about time sensitivity. So do you want to go back to the beginning and talk about that? Would that be helpful?
I mean,
Weren't these recommendations included in the budget
So
presentation that was
there's-
given?
You're back to
No.
number one, you've got development and the CAD, the computer dispatching. It sounds like dispatching has to happen because we need to go there, right?
It's already happened.
Right, so that's your 68, right? Are you saying that you want to defer the officer development from this particular bucket of money at this time?
that would be one, unless there was something time
What is the time frame in which?
Is that a time-sensitive issue right now?
I guess the question is, what is the time frame in which we would be seeing these scenarios? I mean, this is what we're putting up, putting this is the other place where the funds would.
So, so I think we're getting a little lost in like the amount of money we're gonna need to solve the problems, right? So I'm not sure we're gonna balance the FY26 budget on, just to pick on it, $35,000 of officer development. And to earlier conversations, this is one part of a surplus pot that's being continually added to. So in this, whatever, if you were to fully fund these, and we're at 15.25%, in FY25, you're also adding in the intended surplus of the ARPA allocations, and you're adding in whatever surplus we end FY25 with.
Yes.
So,
And you're also reducing that fund balance from the 18%, right?
To 15.
to 15.
Yeah, which was something that we said we would like to do, right?
You get it.
That fund balance is reduced if we fund all this,
Yeah,
right? So it's
Yeah.
at
Yep,
18,
down to
whatever.
15
it'll
and a
go down-
quarter.
Right,
Yep.
right. If we make this,
if we fund all these things here.
and ultimately, the ultimate safeguard is if need to, that fund balance could shrink. It's not desirable, but that is an option, yes.
But it's
can't-
going up by the ARPA funds that we're putting in, and it will go up by any surplus that there is in the 2025 budget.
Right.
So the chance of it being, I mean, these guys have said this is, we're looking at conservative budgets. And this brings it down to 15, but likely it's going to be back up over 16 with the end of fiscal 25.
So what's your
Certainly
pleasure?
number 2 and 4, two and four, you're not gonna spend those dollars before you get a budget, right? So both recommendation 2 and recommendation 4, we're just gonna be set aside and be used later. You're not gonna spend those dollars before. So I mean, if you wanted to.
At a later date.
Yeah, because like the 100,000 of paving, we could do we could build that into the cake sometime in the future.
Right.
That contract's not gonna get awarded
The
to.
4 is the,
Pave some bike paths instead.
what's the
We
4?
have money to throw around.
Number 4 is the facilities.
improvement.
The facilities.
Oh, Tom's gonna be mad at you.
So
Get in line.
is this getting out of order? Can I move to approve up to $103,000 FY24 surplus funds to the fire department projects?
Second,
But there's other stuff.
I know, but
We're gonna go one at a time?
let's just do it.
we were gonna do them one at a time anyway. I just heard we were gonna skip number 2 and number 3, so I was just trying to move us forward.
No, what I heard you,
Let's get something done.
We have a motion in a second.
even if we approve 2 and 4, the money would not be spent for some time. So
let-
if
let's
we wanted
do-
to come back and pull that money back, we would still have
Let's
that option.
let's fund 1 and 3.
Okay,
Let's talk about all of them. So we wanna do 1
Okay.
and 3, right?
1
The
and
other
3,
two, And then
yes.
there's
And 5.
And then 5 was the software, right? And 5,
And 6.
right? And 6, right?
Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah.
And 6. Is there a motion for that?
So I moved to fund 1, 3, 5, and 6.
We
Second.
have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion, Elizabeth?
Can I clarify, the way this was presented, I guess it was confusing to me. Was it presented as a comprehensive list to have the council approve an aggregate?
So we gave it to you individually, so you had the options to do it individually. You can always approve it in the aggregate. It is, we're trying to be very transparent about what we're asking for.
So we've chosen all but number 2
And 4.
and 4.
Ready for the vote?
Well, can I make a friendly amendment?
Go ahead.
Okay, I would say, based on this discussion, I would just approve it as recommended by the city in aggregate. Because I don't think it's accomplishing what,
I would agree, especially since Steve said that 2 and 4, those funds will actually just sit there. And so we always have an opportunity to revisit that and pull them back in if we need them, if the scenarios don't play out the way, forces tough choices.
So now we're back with a friendly amendment to funding all of them.
Yes.
Yes.
You want to vote on that?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay.
And there's one nay. Andrew voted nay. Okay, so it's 4-1. Good, we're done with that. Now we're up to item 12. You want to put this off to another? I think we need a retreat for this.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martha.
Martha's
Go
like,
home
I'm out
now.
of here.
Have a safe drive home.
You're still getting out here earlier than we are.
You can put this off to the 7th. My fear about that is that the committees are waiting for it. But there's a lot here. So it's your pleasure. I'm happy to give you a 2-minute overview or happy to have you put off.
I read it,
I read it
and
too.
I'm comfortable voting on it.
Are you? Okay.
I am.
All right. Elizabeth,
I have one small comment.
go ahead. Unless you want to give your 2-minute.
Nope.
Okay.
It said
here,
at one
I would
point,
still like to
consider
do it.
regulatory or incentive change to limit chipping. I think that's probably an error. I don't remember talking about incentives to limit chipping. We talked about incentives for blowers, right?
Oh, was
So-
there, yeah, it was a,
We never talked about incentives for chipping.
right, there was a, yeah, I saw that too.
So I think when you consider ordinances, you should always talk about what is the regulatory approach and what is the incentive approach. So I added in incentives,
Okay, but,
like get it done in 3 days or pay $10,000 a day. That's an incentive, right?
oh, well, I mean, you could always have, fee, penalties and things, yes.
Carrots or sticks?
Sure.
But I
That's-
did add that in.
I'm sure I'd
You're
call it
right.
incentive, but, okay.
We talked about
That's
that a
fine,
little
if
bit, but
that's what you mean, that's fine.
can we get your 2-minute?
So my 2 minutes, big changes here are, I combined all the 1s and 2s and all the things you greened on the 3s list. Those are now ranked equally on this list. I did key off things that you talked about as being related to climate, just so we had a way to kind of search for those in the future and report on them separately. I included the growth conversation as kind of another one. I created a new category of FY25 lower priority but progress made as able. Those were all the 3s that we didn't yes or no. They just sat there. So we'll try and get to them if we can, but they will be lower priorities than other things. And then I created an FY26 bike rack or parking lot of all of the things that we took off the number 3's list. So we didn't lose them for future years.
And the growth conversation is about the study that we talked about, too.
Yep. It's all those questions.
Questions, but
So I will come back with some process recommendation on that. Was that 2 minutes?
Can I have a motion to, do we need a motion for this?
Yes, you need to adopt them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
move to approve our
Move to approve the fiscal year.
Hello, I don't know if is there a public, is there input from, I sent an email. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Jean.
Hi, hello, good evening.
Good evening.
I sent an email to the city council and to Jesse, the city manager, about the 3 language that we've been working on the NRCC to be included in that priority list. And I didn't see it in the priority list. That was during the city council retreat, received 3 green stickers showing an interest in being addressed this year.
So do you want me to address this?
Please.
So you are absolutely right, Jean. It was moved to the FY26 bike rack. The council had a long conversation at their retreat on Wednesday about this ordinance and the process that it came to fruition without initial council direction. So where it does show up, although it's not specifically named the same, is in the FY26 bike rack. It talks about review goals and objectives for trees in the city, think about incentive options and regulatory framework. So again, that's the idea of if we're going to adopt an ordinance, the council needs to determine what it's trying to achieve, whether incentives are the right tool or regulations the right tool, and then task a committee with doing that work, or do that work themselves. And so right now it sits on the FY26 bike rack, but was not prioritized for FY25. Is that a decent summary, team?
But doesn't,
And Jean, I want to apologize to you because we had this conversation and I talked about it as being the liaison to the NRCC, and looking at all the priorities that were facing us and the time that was available, the vote that happened voted to have it put on the bike rack, and I did not get in touch with you to let you know that before this meeting. So that's bad on me, and I apologize.
well, my concern is about, the development that are coming up, and so we're talking about goals, trying to avoid that what we've seen in the past, and have some kind of a tool, like Jesse was talking about, a tool to best regulate and better control that. The idea was to try to integrate that maybe with the ledger shipping, as it is somewhat related, can be under the same umbrella. I don't know if something that can be explored by the team. I forgot who's assigned to the ledger. I forgot, but could be looked after. I think Paul Connor is looking at that to integrate. I mean, I'm concerned about waiting one more year. We looked at that last year, actually. So that would be 3-year delay. I think it's excessive, and also. The clock is ticking for the trees, and it brings check so many marks, including the fact that it was really voted as a priority, as a 3-dot priority. I think, Jesse, you mentioned that one of the priorities is to keep the trust of the public. I think this is something that is at heart the public, and that goes in this direction. So. I would like to see if we can find a tool that would, in the existing priorities that are voted, to include that tree conservation.
Yeah. The problem is now that it's 5 of 11. We've been here since 6:30.
Yeah, I realize that.
And we got your email, and I appreciate it. That's just the way the chips fell, not the ledge chips and not the tree chips.
Yeah, good
last Wednesday.
John, I agree with you.
Yeah, and it is important. I recognize that as well. So.
Yeah, I think all I can say is there were a few committees disappointed with some of the recommendations and prioritizations.
But it's on a bike rack.
Right.
It's not a lot of consolation, but it is there.
Okay. Well, thank you for listening to me, and I'll let you go. Thank you.
Thank you for hanging in there. That's
Yeah.
a long time.
Bye.
All right. Good night.
Bye. You too.
So we had a motion. Did we have a second? I don't think we did we?
Second to approve.
All right. So we motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. All right.
Thank you.
Care of item 12.
That's a very big deal for me. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. And congratulations on all that work.
I'm very happy to know that all this.
We're at item 14, which is other business. Is there any? I just had a desire at some point in the future. It would be interesting to talk about the possibilities of working on our snow parking ban at some point. Just to see what the options are for technology out there without having to spend a lot of money on flashing lights around the city, which was the old technology. So that there was somebody that expressed that concern. And we talk about it a little bit every year. So I just thought in a future date we could talk about it, but the snow's not flying right now, but it will. Motion to adjourn?
I have just one other
Sure.
business thing. I'm pretty distressed by this letter that we got. and a letter that came with no return address and no signature. I mean, it says residents from South Village and South Point neighborhoods. But that is a very vague conversation, and it feels to me like somehow this should be responded to, and I don't know if that's a
But
council
how can you?
conversation.
There's no return address on it. There's no name.
Well, it could be done by, I don't know if it could be done in the other paper or what we could do, but somehow I think that this is kind of shocking and that it needs some sort of response. So I'm
Or do
just,
you think this is real, that someone really feels this way, or someone sent this letter to sabotage the project?
I don't know where it came from, but the fact that it's here,
No, but what's shocking, what shocks you about it?
The sentiment.
the whole,
But I understand.
the whole sentiment around it, and whether it came from one person as a sabotage or whether it actually came from South Village and South Point residents, either way, it feels to me like it's something that needs to be addressed. So we can talk about this later, but
Unless it was sabotage, and then we just ignore it.
Well, don't both these neighborhoods have homeowners association that they could be approached?
Yeah.
To ask if
yeah,
this was sent on their behalf?
That's certainly, we know the answer to that.
it clearly didn't come from their associations, but
My feeling is that anonymous mail like this doesn't deserve much attention, and you just throw it in the recycle and
Okay.
move on.
They did
Okay.
everything they could to keep themselves hidden, no return address, no
So-
names,
So,
no, it was all typed. They-
so they don't care.
Tim,
Can- can
really
I-
quickly, I have one
Sure.
other quick thing. Do we have a date, Jesse, or something timing that we will be going Zoom on meetings? And will we have a requirement that committees also use that platform?
So no later than the beginning of 2025, no later than January 1st. We have all of the meetings for some committees and the council built out through 2024. So the challenge is, when are we sure that nothing's been warned with the old something? So hopefully sooner, but no later than January 1.
well,
Am I the only one that didn't get the letter?
No, Mike didn't get it either.
Mike didn't get it either.
Can I make one comment, going back to that? Sorry, I know
haven't
you're all
checked my
trying to
mail.
get, no, you didn't get it, you didn't get it.
Oh, it came to the city.
I think the best thing you all can do in response to that letter is keep talking about South Burlington being a welcoming community for all and how we serve all folks, and not give any oxygen to the bad language. And you do that really well, keep doing it.
Motion to adjourn?
second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.